You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation. Let the good times roll with the fun of Kernel Baseball in The Zone.
Bring your family, bring your friends. This is where the fun never ends. Everybody knows when you're at the game, the good times roll. Hey, Kernels, let the good times roll. Cedar Rapids Kernels, let the good times roll.
With the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, here's the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
And good morning. A revered baseball tradition upon us at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Yes, it's in its fourth year, but it's still new to us, and we have opening day baseball for you. In the past, we've started our seasons in the old Veterans Memorial Stadium and the new Veterans Memorial Stadium with a night opening day game, but we're turning back the clock in a sense and kicking off the season, the 120-plus season of professional baseball here in the City of Five Seasons in grand style with you this morning in the Zone. And we're proud to welcome South Slope Communications as our exclusive Triple Play pregame show host throughout the season. They'll be with us the next 5 months, telling you all about the communication needs and their marvelous new building down in North Liberty. Hats off to South Slope Communications, our exclusive Triple Play Show pregame sponsor. We have a great inaugural South Slope Communications Triple Play Show lined up for you this morning, opening day. Three-time Iowa Sportscaster of the Year and Zone Sports Director Scott Unash is alongside, and waiting on deck to join us shortly as well is Hall of Fame sportscaster Chris Schenkel Award winner for his great work throughout the decades in college football, Bob Brooks. What a treat it'll be to have Bob and Scott alongside this afternoon. This morning, opening day, and Scott Unash, I guess you, I, and Bob can, the only analogy we can make is that it kind of feels like Christmas, and feels better, though, because the temperature's in the mid-50s and on the rise.
On the rise, indeed. And, John, it's great to be back with you for another season of baseball. And, yeah, we can't wait. The field looks great. It's opening day, and you can't beat it. We'll take the temperature. We've had a lot worse, as I talked with Bob earlier on when we came into the ballpark here. And still plenty of time to make your way out here to the stadium and come out and take the excitement in of the first day of baseball. But it's great to be out here again, and yeah, it's like a kid in a candy store. You can't beat it for opening day.
And Scott already painted a very bright picture of the conditions here. The grass is that bright, lush green. The red clay stands out against it, and the flag is at half-mast still to honor the Pope, and it is blowing in from right center field. Our in-studio engineer is Jake Lenz, and we'll be checking in with Jake shortly. I know that opening day means not only getting the new uniforms out and getting all the festivities ready to go, but also maybe getting a few cobwebs off of the equipment, and hopefully that's not Jake trying to check in with us now. Scott, I want to keep it here as long as we can because there is only one opening day, and we're going to continue to report here from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium as the Kernels are warming up down the right field line, and we're in our white home uniforms with red hats and red socks, and Scott continues to look down as I do and hopefully make sure all of our equipment is working in great shape. Well, our opponents for this first series of the season, the Kane County Cougars, and they are the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Oakland Athletics, and their whole organization has been put in the spotlight recently, one because of the book by Michael Lewis called Moneyball, which chronicles the new philosophy, at least one of the new revolutions in baseball, and that is their general manager, Billy Beane, going the route of signing guys not based on typical baseball numbers, but based on things like on-base percentage and their ability to draw walks and score runs. And Oakland always stocks the Kane County Cougars with very good talent, as have the Anaheim Angels the last several years, given our Kernel Ball Club just marvelous young talent that is starting to surface already with the Anaheim Angels. Scott, you're back in the saddle and want to make sure everything's fine with our equipment. All right. Scott and I are delighted to describe, we wanted to use this first South Slope Communications Triple Play show to bring the action to you and try to paint the picture through our eyes of what's going on here. And Scott, right now our Vice President Gary Keppel is extending a formal welcome to the crowd here.
Absolutely. He's out there and going over everything and the state of the state, I guess, as far as Cedar Rapids baseball is concerned. And good to see Gary out here. And the color guard is already assembled. Mr. Shucks is ready to go for a new year. People continue to come in, and more dignitaries will be coming down the gangway here in just a moment. Tom Lilly is down there, the Xavier girls basketball coach. I think we're going to honor him before we get started here today. So there's a lot of things to take care of on opening day.
Festivities abound. And Scott, before our first break here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show, and then we're going to welcome Bob in and have him talk about some of his memories of opening day or night, whichever the case. I know that you mentioned to me that just the other day a big leaguer hit 3 home runs on opening day, and that brought back memories of Tuffy Rhodes and George Bell.
Yep. He became the third player to hit 3 home runs on opening day. Dimitri Young of the Detroit Tigers did that against the Kansas City Royals and Jose Lima on opening day. So, yeah, you go back, remember when Tuffy Rhodes hit those 3 home runs? I remember when George Bell hit the 3 home runs off Brett Saberhagen of the Kansas City Royals. So you'll always get some strange happenings on opening day, and who knows? We may have some of those here at the ballpark today.
Don't know if it'll be a 3 home run day or no-hitter like Bob Feller threw back in the 30s. I think Bob Lemon threw a 1-hitter, so all sorts of memorable milestones to celebrate on opening day. The umpires are ready to go. They're already coming out, and we are going to take our first break here on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show. I'll be joined all afternoon by Scott Unash and Bob Brooks. Bob's waiting on deck, and we'll welcome him to the zone in just a minute. You're in the zone, and this is Kernel Baseball.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
And this is the South Slope Communications Triple Play show. Bob Brooks is going to join us. And, Bob, the lineups are being turned in. And, gosh, it's just a wonderful pleasure to have you and Scott to help us draw the curtain up on this season. And I can't help but think that even the managers who are beyond their professional careers and have gone through this as players, they probably either feel a little bit of a twinge, goosebumps, or maybe even a little bit of sweating going on there on the behalf of Dave Joppi of Kane County and Bobby Magallanes of the Kernels.
Opening day in baseball is always a big day, no matter what class of ball you're in. Doesn't make any difference. It's time to go and get things underway. It's the new season. It's springtime. It's the time to get out and enjoy. And that's kind of what it's all about. It's peanuts, popcorn, Cracker Jacks, and the circus of baseball.
And, Bob, the word that comes to my mind is in your description of what opening day means and why we're so grateful to be kicking it off this afternoon or this morning is renewal. And unlike the big leagues, where unfortunately the discrepancy in salary and buying power, some teams may think they go to spring training with a chance to make the playoffs, but realistically that's unfortunately not the parity anymore. But in the minor leagues, first of all, there's 2 opening days, there's 2 halves of the season, and second, you never know what a minor league season, much less opening day, is going to bring you.
No, this team, Cedar Rapids, was formed last Saturday. So it hasn't exactly been a time of bonding until the team was formed. Then they come here, and it's to get an operation underway, no matter whether you're in this ballpark or in the other minor league parks or a major league park, there is a ton of stuff, folks, that goes on behind the scenes to get a season underway. It's something else. I'd like to salute, first of all, the host families here in Cedar Rapids, because as I counted noses the other night, all of the players are with host families. The Spanish-speaking players are in Spanish-speaking households, and it's just a grand thing that the players come to town, many of them on the road for the very first time. They think they know all about baseball. They think they know a lot about how to get along, but they're in kindergarten with that.
Exactly, Bob. They're in the sandbox where a kindergartner is. They're away from home, many of them for the first time. They're in new surroundings with cooler weather. They have to get a car. They're used to a full refrigerator.
Well, they have to get transportation somehow.
We'll define it loosely as transportation. Whether it's a car or a beater or a junker, leave it to the imagination on $1,100 a month. The meeting is concluded at home plate, and as Scott said, and Bob and I will describe, there will be more pregame festivities. You're with us in the zone on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, and Bob, I wondered, I was doing some reading up on some of the traditions of opening day, and we'll talk more about them as this afternoon unfolds here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. But it was interesting to me to find out that the first night opening day in the big leagues was in 1950 at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. When you were doing Cedar Rapids professional baseball throughout your career, did you do quite a few home openers that were daytime affairs at the old Veterans Memorial Stadium?
No, they were almost always at night.
That's what I thought. This is really a treat, I think.
Daytime openers were, unless it happened to be on a Sunday, and they never opened the season on a Sunday.
Right, or maybe a road game. And now one of the great traditions of opening day, besides playoff baseball, Bob, and all-star baseball, the only time the entire squads, home and visitors, are introduced is opening day.
Well, the Oakland Athletics, I note, have, since they're the farm hands of the Kane County Cougars, they are just as big as they've been before. They're the defending champions. They won everything last year, so there isn't any question that they bring in athletes here.
Yes.
They also have had a change in their makeup of the ball club, because 2 of the players were released because of the drug problem.
Well, and Bob,
the steroid use, they were named, and of course they were suspended, but most of all, I think usually at the minor league level you get fired if you're found out.
There's no union to protect you, and
no protection, and that's a sad side of the story, because it's guilty without any kind of recourse.
And there is got to be a medium ground that we'll find hopefully this year with all the big hoopla about the scandal unfolding in the congressional hearings.
And then, too, we look at Kane County, and a familiar face from Center Point, Chris Treidel, is back. And Chris, this will be Chris, an excellent athlete, one of the fine high school athletes in the Cedar Rapids area the last 5 years. This would be the year of decision for him, I would think.
Very pivotal, Bob, you're right.
He had a lot of difficulty getting base hits. He's still in center field. I remember last year he hit a home run here. The ballpark, but he still couldn't get that batting average up to the 200 mark. So it is a time for Chris with an excellent swing. You take a look at him at the plate, and you can't understand how come he hasn't been able to meet the ball more often for base hits.
Well, this will be a fun, pivotal year for Chris Triadle. Well, as the Kernels are introduced before this growing home crowd, all in heavy jackets and sweatshirts, but the sun's still trying to peer through. That's going to do it for our inaugural edition of the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. When we return, remember, all afternoon, Bob and Scott will be along with me, John Rogers, your play-by-play host. When we return, we'll set opening day lineups. The Kernels hosting the Kane County Cougars here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Have you heard the great news? Mediacom has stepped to the plate to give girls and boys the chance to do cool stuff with the Kernels and at the stadium. As a member of the Mediacom Little Sluggers, you'll get to have an autograph session with the Kernels, take a tour of the stadium, watch a movie from the outfield grass, take batting practice with the Kernels, and participate in a story time with the players. Join the fun of the Mediacom Little Sluggers by registering online at Kernels.com. That's Kernels.com.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
New Veterans Memorial Stadium, we're approaching noon. It's opening day. Bob Brooks, Scott Unash, and John Rogers with you, and delighted you're tuned in, whether it is in the zone or on the internet from sea to shining sea, coast to coast. We know we are going to have a lot of listeners of parents of the Kernel players, and we welcome them to our broadcast. I'm going to set the visiting Kane County Cougars starting lineup, and then Scott Unash will take a look at the Allen Motor Company Kernel opening day lineup as the temperature continues to rise, hopefully, and the sun continues to try to make a sustained appearance. For Kane County, Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Oakland Athletics, their manager Dave Joppy, their leadoff hitters in left field, Nicholas Blasey, B-L-A-S-I, Nicholas Blasey leading off in left. Kevin Melillo is at second base for the visiting Cougars. Melillo at second, batting second. Hitting third in the Cougar order on this opening day at third base, Myron Leslie. Myron Leslie bats third and plays third for Kane County. At first base, it's Tommy Everidge. Tommy Everidge will bat cleanup and play first for Kane County. Behind the dish and batting fifth is Paul Padron. Check that, Raul Padron. Raul Padron will catch and hit fifth for the visiting Cougars. The designated hitter is Wes Long. He'll be at bat sixth. Batting seventh in his third season as a Cougar, Oakland Athletic farmhand Corey Waymont in right field. Waymont in right, bat seventh. Chris Triadle, who Bob Brooks told us is looking at a pivotal year in his professional career. Triadle, his third season as a Cougar in center field, bats eighth out of Center Point, Iowa. And batting ninth is shortstop Gregorio Petit. Petit, the shortstop, bats ninth. On the hill for Kane County is a lefty, a familiar name, a Hall of Fame, or went by this last name, Ford. Ryan Ford is on the hill this afternoon for Kane County, and he's a lefty, 6'3", 180, 22 years old, taken by Oakland out of Eastern Michigan University. The colors are being presented, and Allen Motor Company, for the 10th year in a row, is proud to present the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Scott will have that Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup in just a moment, but both teams are standing at attention. Scott Unash, Bob Brooks, and I are doing the same. The color guard is marching between the dirt batting circle and now around to the left side of the dirt batting circle, and they will stop momentarily. Marcia Hughes will be singing the Star-Spangled Banner this afternoon. So before the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup on opening day, here's Marcia Hughes singing the national anthem. Again, Marcia is waiting as we're having a moment of silence to honor the passing of Pope John Paul. The flag in center is at half-mast.
Ladies and gentlemen, in wartime,
and now an announcement from one of our service people on the Rockwell Collins video board. This message being brought to us by Wendy's, I believe. And now we do have Marcia Hughes singing the Star-Spangled Banner.
The national anthem. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. Performing the national anthem today, Marcia Hughes. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the rampart we lost, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting.
Hughes singing the Star-Spangled Banner. The crowd and the players remain at attention and in respect of the color guard and the colors being retired down below behind home plate. Everyone standing, the Cougars up the third base line, the Kernels up the first base line. Hats off, hand over their heart as the colors are retired. We have some more pregame festivities to come, and that'll give us plenty of chance to set the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. It's high noon, and you're with us in the zone. This is Kernel Baseball. John Rogers, Scott Unash, Bob Brooks. Privileged and honored to bring you this special afternoon of baseball at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Allen Motor Company, their magnificent campus, I-380 and Boyson Road in Hiawatha. Barry Gibson's their general sales manager, and Allen Motor Company has been a long-time loyal supporter of the wholesome, affordable family entertainment that the Cedar Rapids Professional Baseball Club strives to bring to you each and every spring and summer. Scott, how about a look at the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup here on opening day?
Yep, the opening day lineup, of course, brought to you by Allen Motor Company of Bobby Magianis, the second-year manager of the Kernels. The leadoff man will be left-handed hitting second baseman out of Houston, Texas, Josh LeBlanc. Batting second, the third baseman will be Freddie Sandoval. Familiar name for Kernel fans will hit third and play shortstop. That would be Sean Rodriguez out of Miami. Aaron Peel, another familiar name, will be the designated hitter. He'll be the cleanup man this afternoon. Jordan Renz will be in left field, and Renz will bat fifth. Warner Madrigal will be the right fielder. He'll bat sixth. At first base for the Kernels, and batting seventh will be Clifton Remele. Another familiar name, Tommy Duenas, the veteran, will be behind the plate and catch and bat eighth. And Richard Giannotti, 6'3" switch hitter out of Plantation, Florida, who played for Provo a year ago, will be in center field and bat ninth. And on the mound for the Kernels, 6'3", 210-pound right-hander out of El Paso, Texas, played with the Arizona League Club last year, Fernando Rodriguez Jr. Again, 6'3", 210-pounder. And he gets the opening day start for the Kernels, and that's your Allen Motor Company starting lineup this afternoon.
Fantastic, Scott. Randy's carpet has rolled out the red carpet for Tom Lilly to throw our honorary first pitch, and Anderson and Brown Eye Care is happy to set our umpiring crew for this first series of the 2005 campaign. Anderson and Brown Eye Care bringing us these umpires. Grant Menke behind home plate. His partner on the diamond this afternoon, Victor Carapaza. So Grant Menke calling the balls and strikes, M-E-N-K-E, same way that former Algona Prep star and former Cedar Rapids Brave from the 60s, Dennis Menke, spelled his name and his partner, Victor Carapaza. The Kernels are about ready to take the field, and they'll be joined shortly by the Cost Cutters Dream Team members as they head out to the diamond. And gosh, Scott, Bob said it best, I think, on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show. It just, that feeling, that blessed feeling of baseball being back, and the crowd continues to grow here.
Yep, we're going to have a good crowd by the time all is said and done. Sun has come out, and that has really helped things. Downtown Shuttle, I believe, is going today as well. All kinds of dignitaries around the ballpark, and a very fine first pitch, by the way, thrown out by Xavier girls basketball coach Tom Lilly. It was a strike in the outside corner.
And Scott, we have another special touch that we've added this year. Hansher Auditorium has a special delivery to make to the pitcher, and that pitcher, as Scott said, Fernando Rodriguez. A little girl by the name of Jenny Klein is making her way. What would you call that, Scott? A waddle? She's about a 17-month-old.
Yeah, it's kind of an offset waddle there, but that's pretty good for her age.
And she is 17 months old, and Jenny Klein is making her way to the Kernel starter. She's made it to the base of the mound on the dirt path that's carved between the pitching mound and the dirt batting circle. And from Jenny Klein to Kernel starter Fernando Rodriguez, this special moment provided by Hansher Auditorium.
Great to see.
We're also going to have, well, the announcement's coming just a little bit later than we had expected, but we'll get that cleared up. And also we're going to have a special announcement, a play ball kid brought to us by Mercy Medical Center. Let's reset the Kernels defensively for you this afternoon. In the outfield, Jordan Renz in left, Richard Giannotti in center, Warner Madrigal in right. And then around the horn on the infield, it's Freddie Sandoval, Sean Rodriguez, Josh LeBlanc, and Clifton Remolay. The battery, Fernando Rodriguez and Tommy Duenas. And the Kernels are in their white home uniforms with Anaheim Angel red sleeves, red hats, black shoes. The visiting Cougars are in gray uniforms with green or aqua, actually black numbers outlined in aqua green, and white shoes. Those Oakland Athletic minor leaguers wearing white shoes, and they wear black hats and black batting helmets, and they wear the sleeveless tops, Scott, that I first remember Ted Kluszewski kind of making famous. Klu actually cut out his sleeves, didn't he?
Yeah, it was not really a team effort. It was more of Vic Klu in 1959 with the Go-Go White Sox, making a fashion statement on his own. But the last tribute to Charlie Finley and the Oakland A organization, they still go with the white shoes.
Well, here's our Mercy Medical Center announcers, and they yell, "Play ball," and we're about set to do just that. Scott, we mentioned with you and Bob on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that names keep surfacing in Anaheim, names like Jake Woods and Dallas McPherson and some old holdovers like Scott Shields and John Lackey. It's really been a nice marriage between Cedar Rapids baseball and the Anaheim Angels.
And Jared Washburn got the start last night, former Kernel as well, left-hander out of Wisconsin. So we're just about set to get opening day underway here.
At about 12:10, so not bad for Jack Rader and his crack crew of on-field folks to get this one going. The first pitch is a fastball, and it's a strike call to Nicholas Blasey. Blasey's a right-handed hitter, stands straight away from that side, and the 0-1 delivery is just high, according to the plate umpire Grant Menke, and that's ball one. Left fielder Jordan Renz is deep. It's 3:15 down the left field line. Blasey takes upstairs, and that runs the count to 2-1.
Well, one thing you see right away with Rodriguez, doesn't waste much time. Right-hander gets the ball and throws it.
He's wearing a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his white Kernel home jersey. And the next one's upstairs for ball 3. And as is the operating standard for the Oakland A minor league system, you take a lot of pitches if you're going to make it to Oakland. Billy Bean makes that a requisite of his minor leaguers. The 3-1 from the Kernel righty is just high apparently, and the afternoon starts with a free pass to the Kane County leadoff batter, Nicholas Blasey.
One thing to note, John, that these two teams have been battling each other down in Arizona the last couple of weeks. They have met a lot with Oakland and Anaheim training in the same vicinity. So these two teams know each other a little bit.
23-year-old left-handed hitting Kevin Melillo now batting for the first time in this top of the first, and a slider's in for a strike. The runner at first is Nicholas Blasey, and he's being held by Clifton Ramely. Set just above the belt, Fernando Rodriguez. Long look, and now the Kernel right-hander steps off.
Going to take a long look at Blasey over at first base. Not a big lead right now. Rodriguez throws pretty hard. They've had him in the low 90s so far here this afternoon.
A throw to first, and diving back head first over there is Nicholas Blasey. Wind blowing in from center field, where it's 403 feet to the deepest part of this ballpark. We're just underway on opening day. Runner at first for Kane County, nobody out, and a late swing and a miss on a fastball, Scott, that ran away from the left-handed hitter Melillo.
Yeah, actually took something off that one a little bit, kind of a cutter, and it went away from the left-handed batter. That was a good pitch right there by Rodriguez.
Fernando is ahead, 0-2. Will he come right after the hitter? Ooh, a breaking pitch. Strike 3 called. The old Yellowhammer got Kevin Melillo looking, and a 3-pitch strikeout. A runner at first for Kane County. Melillo got frozen on that 0-2 breaking ball.
That was a nice breaking ball. That was a 12-6 breaking ball right there, John. And, yeah, it buckled the knees of Kevin Melillo. And runner still on at first with 1 out.
For big Myron Leslie. He's from Florida, and they list him at 6'3", 220. Big left-handed hitter, and a throw to first, the runner back. Myron Leslie is out of the University of South Florida. High draft pick by Oakland in last year's draft, 8th round. And he hit .245 up in Vancouver a year ago with a homer, 29 RBIs. The Kernel right-hander paints the outside edge with the fastball, and it's 0-1.
Reminds me a lot of a left-handed hitting in just the look of his body, Kevin Mitchell. You remember going back, what?
Where's his
10
number?
Years?
Number 7.
That's right.
Change up in the dirt. Good stop by Tommy Duenas. Scott, you mentioned a guy like Kevin Mitchell, and a lot of people forget he won an MVP in the National League.
That's right. Had a little bit of a weight issue, though. Got really big toward the end of his career, and then the injury bug crept in.
A 1-1 count to the number 3 hitter for Kane County, Myron Leslie. The runner off. A pitch outside. Duenas' throw is not in time. A good peg by Tommy, but Sean Rodriguez had no chance to get the sliding Nicholas Blasey, and the Cougars, with a walk and a stolen base, now with 1 out, have a chance to take an early lead here today.
Yeah, Rodriguez, that one was off the pitcher right there. Tommy did all he could. A little bit of a high throw, but even if it was right on the bag, I don't think they would have gotten Blasey.
Fernando checks the runner at second. Rodriguez changeup is taken in the dirt for ball 3. A base is open, but early on, top of the first inning, you might as well take your chances.
Yeah, and with the wind blowing in like it is.
Crowd continues to grow. Blue skies with big white puffy billowing clouds above. Sun shining on opening day. Leslie takes a strike, and now the count's full to the number 3 hitter, Myron Leslie. He steps out. He uses a black lacquer bat, wears a pair of white batting gloves with those Oakland Athletic white spikes, and he has an open stance. Kernels play him slightly to pull in the outfield. Runner at second, and the payoff pitch headed home, but the batter was granted time by the plate umpire, Grant Menke.
Well, we only had to wait 8 minutes for your favorite play, John.
You remember well, Scott. And that Scott's referring to how it drives me batty when an umpire grants a batter time when the pitch is on its way home, and that's what happened. Now the payoff delivery. Low and in, ball 4. So a pair of walks, a strikeout-looking sandwich between those passes, and the Cougars continue to threaten here with their cleanup batter stepping in, Tommy Everidge. Tommy's a 22-year-old from California, went to Sonoma State University and was a 10th-round Oakland pick last year. Open stance. He's not a big guy, 6'1", 215. How about a double play to get out of this top of the first inning? A curve is high and in, and Tommy Duenas hustles it back out to the hill, and down to the backside of the slope goes Fernando Rodriguez. Wind blowing in.
Must have saw something with the delivery of Tommy Duenas, or something that tipped him off to go out there, because Tommy didn't waste any time. He just sprinted right out there. Still calm the right-hander down. Got to have a little bit of nerves going through an opening day, and see if he can get out of this first inning.
Right-handed hitting cleanup batter Tommy Everidge ahead 1-0 with 2 on for the Cougars. Ball 2 in the dirt. I'll tell you, Scott, this is exactly what, and here comes the Colonel pitching coach, Kernan Ronan. This is exactly what you'd expect from a Kane County farm team.
Yeah, and
that is taking a lot of pitches.
Right, and good move here by Kernan Ronan, because, obviously all we've heard is reputation, but he is a guy that's been around a long time. He's a veteran of minor league baseball. He knows exactly what each pitcher is going through, and I think this is going to be a real asset to the Cedar Rapids team this year, to have a veteran pitching coach like this that come in here and settle these guys down.
Kernan is taking his first visit to the mound to do what Scott described, and that is try to settle down Fernando Rodriguez, who's in a tight spot here in the top of the first. Kane County runners aboard at first and second, 1 out, no score, opening day. Sun shining brighter and brighter by the moment. From the stretch, with 2 on and 1 out, the cleanup man takes a strike at the knees.
So far, the best pitch Rodriguez has had has been the slider. And he's buried it between 86 and 90 miles per hour, and he's got a pretty good one.
Fernando is from El Paso, Texas. He's a 20-year-old. He brings a slider, the one Scott just noted, on the outside edge for strike 2. Now, Scott, if you're Dave Joppy, who's coaching between home and third, do you send the runners on a 2-2 count?
I don't think so.
They are not running. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Wow, Fernando Rodriguez turned it up a notch, Scott, after the visit by the Colonel pitching coach.
Well, I got to think that Kernan Ronan went out there and said, hey, you're going to get beat with your best stuff. And don't fiddle around, get out there, throw hard, because Rodriguez does throw hard.
Now with 2 on and 2 out, left-handed hitting catcher Raul Padron will try to put Kane County ahead, and Fernando Rodriguez continues to work from the stretch with Blasey at second and Leslie at first for the Cougars. Swing and a miss by the batter on a high fastball, Raul Padron from Venezuela.
Got his money's worth on that swing.
Yes, he did. Playing way off the line at third for the left-handed hitter is Colonel Freddie Sandoval. He's 20 feet off the third base line. Shortstop Rodriguez moving in behind the runner at second. A ground ball back to the mound. Running it halfway to first and tossing the batter out. Fernando Rodriguez. He got out of it on a comebacker. Nothing doing despite 2 walks and a stolen base for Kane County in the top of the first. It's opening day, and after 1/2 inning, Kane County nothing. Kernels coming up, and this is Kernel Baseball on In the Zone.
There's a reason Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. It's because Dick Ramsey works harder for you than anyone to make selling your home easy for you. Take Dick's one-of-a-kind home trade program. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes and Dick will buy yours. Dick Ramsey provides 2 other unparalleled services: a free 1-hour telephone loan approval and a free 1-hour telephone appraisal on your property. Dick Ramsey of Sobin Realty, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company.
For more than 70 years, Rockwell Collins has been dedicated to providing innovative and dependable aviation electronics and communication solutions worldwide. We also bring a dedication of excellence to our communities to help ensure growth and prosperity. The long-standing partnership between Rockwell Collins and the Kernels is one way we're enhancing the quality of life in our community and making Cedar Rapids the best place to live and work. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, partners on and off the field.
He's left.
Opening day, New Veterans Memorial Stadium after 1/2 inning. 3-time Iowa Sportscaster of the Year, Scott Unash. He's the sports director at the Zone. He'll be with us in innings 1 and 2. Then Scott will have the call in the 3rd and 4th. Bob Brooks will be with Scott, and then I'll be back with Bob. So we'll have plenty of baseball and plenty of fun to describe to you here this afternoon.
Well, so far so good for the Kernels because they got out of that little jam with no damage done in the top of the 1st inning. And see how this team hits. Kind of mixed reviews on how this team is going to approach things this year. It's a more cerebral team, according to Bobby Magallanes, John, as far as, well, they can manufacture runs. Last year, we thought the team wasn't going to hit a lot of home runs. Turned out they did hit a bunch of home runs.
Second in the league in home runs. You're right, Scott. So you never know about what you're going to see at this level because most of the guys are in their 2nd year of pro ball, like Colonel leadoff batter Josh LeBlanc. And the lefty, Ryan Ford, spins one inside for ball 1. We want to correct our Anderson and Brown umpiring crew assignment, and we'll have that for you after the lefty's 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. LeBlanc taking all the way. Josh, a left-handed batter. Scott, our umpires.
Well, Gary Menke is out on the base pad, and I neglected to write down the other umpires.
Victor Carapaza is behind the plate, and as Scott said, Grant Menke on the diamond. Strike 2 on the inside corner to Josh LeBlanc, Leblank, second baseman, leading it off here this afternoon for the Kernels, bottom of the 1st. No score. Ryan Ford works ahead. His curve is looped behind second. This may be trouble. The second baseman out, and it's the shortstop who calmly drifts into right center field and puts the squeeze on it. That was Petit. Gregorio Petit made the catch.
John, on a day without the wind blowing in at about 25 miles per hour, that one would have dropped. It just hung up there because Chris Seidel, I don't think, was going to get there. And the ball just hung up for Petit, and both he and Melillo were out there.
And it was Gregorio who made the catch in shallow right center for the 1st out. Southpaw, Ryan Ford delivers a strike, a fastball on the outside corner to Freddie Sandoval, batting 2nd in the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Scott mentioned what a big factor the wind is and will be this afternoon, blowing in from center field at a very brisk clip.
It's going to take a shot to get one out of here today.
Ball 1 to even the count at 1-1 to Freddie Sandoval. Freddie's a right-handed hitter, open stance, wide stance, and he's using a wide ash bat. He's from Mexico. There's a strike, and it is the 2nd straight Kernel hitter that lefty Ryan Ford has gotten out in front of, 1-2 to Freddie Sandoval.
Ford kind of has an unusual, very deliberate wind-up.
Comes down to the belt, then up to the chin, and his curveball is looped over the backstop, out of play for the count remaining 1-2. Chris Treidel in center for Kane County is shifted over to his left, to our right. In other words, he's playing Sandoval to hit the other way.
Doesn't throw real hard, Ford, but's got a good curveball and good movement.
A fastball is placed into center for the first hit of the afternoon. Freddie Sandoval lined one into center. He was down in the count 1-2, and he hit it right on the nose. Treidel gets it back in. The Kernels have a one-out single from Freddie Sandoval.
Good piece of hitting, John. He kept the hands right back there, went with the pitch, took it just to the right of the second base bag, and, well, we'll see if anything is on right here for the MVP of the Provo team and of the Pioneer League last year, Sean Rodriguez.
Oh, what a story it is, Scott. He played very well for us in the first half, but we had such talent. There goes the runner. They have him picked off. Sandoval is thrown out at second base. It goes Ryan Ford to Tommy Everidge, down to the shortstop, Gregorio Petit, and that's a tough pill to swallow after a single by Sandoval. He's promptly caught stealing a pickoff, 1-3-6 on the scoring of it.
Well, that tells you right there that Bobby is going to be very aggressive. First pitch with the MVP up there, and you send him.
Rodriguez sees his first pitch now, and Sean takes it just inside, a fastball from Ryan Ford. Base is empty now, 2 away. Bottom of the first inning, and no score on opening day. Sean waits. A let-up is in at the letters for strike one.
Well, that's not where Ford wants to have that pitch.
Right in Sean's wheelhouse, but he took something off of it. Now Rodriguez on a 1-1 delivery. Watches it sail upstairs. Playing deep at third is Myron Leslie. Petit is at short for the visiting Cougars. Kevin Melillo at second, and Tommy Everidge at first. Blasey, Treidel, and Waymont left to right in the outfield. Ball 3 just missed low, and Ryan Ford is behind to Sean Rodriguez. Sean, as Scott said, tore the cover off the ball with Provo last season, hit .338. And he walks.
Well, the situation with Sean did nothing wrong here in Cedar Rapids to get sent back down to Provo. It was just a matter of that there was no room to play Sean last year here.
And when you're 18 like he was last year, you've got to get a place for him as good as he is to play every day.
That's right, and took advantage of that situation, and that was a good move by Tony Regan and the Angels.
The sun is shining brightly for Aaron Peel. Aaron batting cleanup in the Allen Motor Company order. Swings at an Uncle Charlie and didn't get it. Strike one. Rodriguez has good speed at first. Sean, as a Colonel in the first half last year, stole 14 bases. And then with Provo, he swiped 9. He's being held by Tommy Everidge. 2 gone. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Ford delivers outside, and Aaron took it 1-1. Aaron Peel suffered an ankle injury last year and missed most of the second half. He's an outfielder by trade, serving as the DH this afternoon. From the stretch, the lefty below the belt brings it. Runner goes, and a ground ball, hit and run, base hit into right. What a piece of hitting by Aaron Peel. First and third for the Kernels with 2 out here in this bottom of the first inning. You couldn't have drawn it up any better, Scott. A hit and run.
Beautiful call by Bobby Magallanes. Great execution there by Aaron Peel. And that's something that with the veteran team this year, John, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more. And take nothing away from last year's team that made the playoffs, but this is a veteran team. When you got 9 players back, we have to have one of the most veteran teams in the Midwest League.
Well, now let's see if we can capitalize on that beautiful hit and run through the right side. Jordan Renz, a switch hitter, batting 5th in the Colonel order, has a chance to give the Kernels an early lead on opening day. A changeup is low for ball 1. Jordan Renz, R-E-N-Z. Boy, Scott, he's put together pretty good.
Yes, he is. Right-handed hitter. And he's 6'2", 200-pounder out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Signed by former Colonel outfielder Kevin Ham. Jordan patiently takes a curve. It popped out of the mid of Raul Padron, the catcher, but neither runner advanced. Rodriguez at third, Peel at first. The Kernels have 2 hits and a walk in this inning, but have yet to score.
Kane County, a little bit of put together a good first inning, but they couldn't score as well.
A throw to first, and Peel dives back in hand first. Terrific day for baseball. Sun shining. Wind blowing in. Temperature supposed to get up into the low 60s. I don't think we've made it there quite yet, Scott.
Not yet. We got the phone hung up, though, here.
You probably heard in the background a busy signal on our crowd mic.
Not sure what that was about, but hey, it's opening day.
That's right. Ryan Ford, a lefty, working here in the bottom of the first. Kernels have runners at the corners with 2 away as Ford works from the stretch. The 22-year-old lefty delivers. Bouncer through the right side. That's a base hit. Brings home Rodriguez. 1-0 Kernels. Well, Scott, you can call it small ball, but I call it smart ball. Against a soft-tossing lefty, what did Jordan Renz do?
Oh, he just waited back on it and just tapped it to the right side, right where the pitch was thrown, and they were giving him a big hole that way. The right side of the infield, Melillo and Everidge. Melillo was playing toward the bag. Everidge down the line. They thought he was going to pull it. And that's just early in the year right there. You got to have communication with your infielders. If you're going to have your pitcher with your shortstop and your second baseman, they usually tell each other where that ball is going to be thrown. And that was on the outside part of the plate. Either Ford missed his spot or the second baseman was just out of position.
Well, now the Kernels with 2 out have 2 on and lead it. Warner Madrigal lead at 1-0. Warner Madrigal taps 1 foul behind the plate. Rodriguez scored on the base hit to right by Renz. Aaron Peel had to stop at second, and a guy the Kernels wish they'd have had all of last season, and will have, at least let's hope for the first half this year, is a real threat at the plate, right-handed hitting Warner Madrigal. Warner hurt himself in the opening game last season. Ground ball stabbed by the hurler, Ford, and he lobs to first to end the inning. Warner Madrigal's bid for a base hit up the middle was turned back on a comebacker, a one-hopper to Ryan Ford, who threw him out. The Kernels strike early on opening day with a run in the bottom of the first inning on 3 hits, and a walk. And after 1 inning, Kernels 1, Cougars nothing. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
ESPN Radio Sports Center every 20 minutes. When you need the score.
We start with a game full of playoff implications.
When you need the news.
A county grand jury in Texas today, as expected, formally indicted Carlton Dotson.
When you want the highlights.
And a runner on third headed for the plate. He slides. He's out. He was tagged down by Marcos.
Scores, news, highlights, Sports Center. Every 20 minutes on ESPN Radio.
Good start for the Kernels. 1-0 after 1 inning, and back to the hill, Fernando Rodriguez to face the number 6 batter in Kane County's order, Wes Long, designated hitter, right-handed batter. Fastball up and in from Rodriguez. Ball 1. Scott, there are 3 Rodriguezes on the Kernel squad.
You know, I was kind of kidding with you before we got going, John. If anything happens and you're in doubt, just say Rodriguez.
A high pop-up to the right side of the Kernel infield. The wind playing havoc with it. In fact, it almost blew it into foul territory, but staying on it was the Kernel second baseman, Josh LeBlanc. 1 away. LeBlanc Scott, really mastered the swirling wind.
Yeah, and first baseman Remele did a good job of getting out of the way because that was the second baseman's ball all the way. And I think it did end up at foul ground by a couple of feet.
Well, actually, I'm not going to dispute that, Scott. I thought the plate umpire.
Well, it's an out either way.
Carapazza, we'll call it a pop-out 4, and I think it was barely fair or foul. We'll just have to wait on that. A chopper to third, and that's the second out. It came off the bat of Corey Wayman, and it was handled easily to his left by Freddie Sandoval. And boy, Scott, the one thing as a starting pitcher that you would like to do is when your team gets you a run, you like to shut them down the next at bat.
Absolutely, and so far so good. 2 up, 2 down here, and 4 in a row retired by Fernando Rodriguez Jr.
Here's the guy that Bob Brooks talked about on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, a marvelous three-sport athlete at Center Point, Urbana, Chris Treidel, and he takes strike one called. Chris is batting with 2 gone and nobody on in the top of the second. He takes a big swing at a curveball, missed it, 0-2 to Chris Treidel, and Chris hit 192 in 102 games with Kane County last season. 22 years old now. Ooh, ball one just outside. The Colonel infield had 2 steps toward the first base home dugout.
They thought it was right on that outside corner. I think this is Chris's 3rd year at Kane County.
Yes, it is. 42 games in 2003. A sweeping curve is low and away, and 2-2 to Chris Treidel. Man, is he filled out. 6'3", 195. 19th round pick by the A's in 2000. 2-2. Slapped into the screen behind home plate. Count remains even. 2-2 to Chris Treidel. 1-0 Kernels. Top of the second inning.
Imagine there are a lot of folks here from Center Point and Urbana and Northland County.
A high can of corn into shallow center. Coming on is Richard Giannotti. Still coming. Oh, still coming, and he collided with the shortstop, and the ball
came out.
Fell. I'll be darned.
Well, that's the wind right there, John. That was actually the shortstop or second baseman's ball, and it's going to be a tough call on how they're going to score this. But Giannotti had a tough play, and he kept coming and coming and coming. And that's a mistake you're going to see early in the year. Like Bob said, this team was put together a week ago, and just a little bit of a miscommunication there, and they're going to hang the air on Giannotti.
That's a shame, because that should have been caught by either the shortstop Rodriguez or Richard Giannotti in shallow center. There goes Treidel. A strike call. Tommy's throw in time. Out at second base. Tommy Duenas with a laser beam to Sean Rodriguez, and that just erased the error charged to the Colonel center fielder. Chris Treidel with a head-first slide is pegged out by Tommy Duenas. It went 2-6, and that ends the inning. In the second for the Cougars, no runs, no hits, 1 Colonel error, a man caught trying to steal second, nobody left. As we go to the bottom of the second, Colonels 1, Cougars nothing. This is Colonel Baseball in the zone.
None of us can do anything about a bad day, but we can make certain nothing happens to all of our tomorrows. Take everything out of the hands of chance with a well-planned insurance program tailored specifically to your needs. Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, is an expert in insurance matters. Phil Andrews will develop the right insurance plan for your home, car, business, and life. Depend on Phil Andrews, your hometown professional with Pekin Insurance.
Stop, folks, stop. This is Scott from Cedar Motor Company, and this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're actually having a sale. You know, we do not have sales every weekend. It's only a couple of times a year. So when we have a sale, it's actually a deal. You actually will save money. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we will have cars for $159 a month with $159 down. Now, that doesn't sound too good to be true. It sounds reasonable. Most of the customers that buy cars from Saturday Motor Company bought them there before. We like that. We want you to enjoy our experience because it's kind of fun to buy a car at our store. It's not drudgery. I mean, I know some of you just loathe buying cars because it's horrible. But it's not horrible at Saturday Motor Company. And in addition, we're going to offer you a really good price because we're having a sale. Satterley Motor Company, we are on 1st Avenue between Collins and Blairs Ferry Roads. Call us for easy pre-approval at 377-2277. Thanks.
Kernels. Clifton Remillé bunts to shallow third. Barehanded there by Leslie. He throws wide and late. And that, for Clifton Remillé, the number 7 hitter, is a leadoff bunt single. He could not have rolled it down the line with any more degree of perfection.
Oh, great job right there. We heard on Meet the Kernels night and also during the media night, John, about the guys at the corners for the Kernels. This is going to be a little bit different situation. They don't have the pop that you usually see out of the corner guys in baseball, but Remillé, he'll do anything he can to get on base, has a good on-base percentage, and had a nice bunt single right there.
Yes, it was. Caught the Cougars completely off guard. Tommy Duenas looks at a change-up for a strike. Tommy is a fixture here with the Kernels. What a team player he is. This is his 3rd season as a Colonel, and he should see... a throw to first, and Remillé was leaning and just got back. Tommy Duenas is the kind of guy, Scott, that you're just very grateful that you have a guy that is willing to work on his game and know what his role is in the organization, and that is to keep developing and to... He launches one to second, stabbed there, the throw to first not in time. Tommy Duenas hit it right on the nose and almost lined into a double play. Kevin Melillo went to his right, stabbed it. Great base running by Remillé.
Yeah, did a good job to get back, and it's a good thing that Remillé's got good speed because he just got in there ahead of that throw. But interesting with Ford that right now he doesn't throw hard, and right now everything is getting up in the zone, and the Kernels are really hitting it hard.
Ryan Ford, the lefty, the starter for Kane County, comes set below the belt. His first pitch to Richard Giannotti, a double play ball to short. Taylor made. Petit to the second baseman, on to first for the 6-4-3 twin killing. Richard Giannotti ends the Colonel's second by grounding into a 6-4-3 double play. Scott will have the play-by-play. Bob Brooks will join him for innings 3 and 4. After 2 on opening day, Kernels on top of the Cougars, 1-0. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
How would you like your next home buying or selling experience and lending process to be handled beautifully under one roof? If that's the way you want your real estate and mortgage needs to be met, select Todd Financial Services. Securing your loan and helping you find or sell your home is what Todd Financial Services does better than traditional banks and real estate firms. You'll be fully informed, supported, and taken care of so that buying, selling, or financing your home will be a pleasurable experience. Todd Financial Services, eager to meet all of your mortgage and real estate needs under one roof.
The family, a getaway vehicle, and a little 4-day trip to the lake. It's not a dream. It's the Missouri Escape. This spring, Missouri has a vacation for families like yours. Families where mom might just get a little crazy and wear the same sweatshirt twice. Where the kids would rather hold a fishing rod than a video game controller. And Dad says, let's load up the minivan and see what kind of heck breaks loose. Yeah, that's right. You're just the type who could handle the Missouri Escape. Show them what kind of family you are and enter for your chance to win one of 5 Missouri vacations. You might even win a brand new Ford Escape Hybrid, rugged and environmentally friendly, just like you. Enter online at visitmo.com or call 1-866-FUN-IN-MO. Because when real families take vacations, they make it the Missouri Escape.
Back at the ballpark, great to have you aboard on opening day 2005. Scott Unash joined by Bob Brooks as we come your way from Veterans Memorial Stadium on a sun-splashed but windy Thursday afternoon. Bob, you went out between innings and checked the weather conditions.
Yes, I did. That's why I'm back in here. The flag at half-mast has been blowing in from center field, and it is whipping right into the stands, right into the face of the batter, and consequently, we see that small ball is going to do it today.
Absolutely.
I would say there will not be a ball hit very far today.
There's a ground ball to wide at third. Nice play, and Sandoval gets up and throws out the batter, Gregorio Petit, who picked on the first pitch to lead things off in the top half of the third inning. Sandoval with a headlong dive to his left and came up with it and had the wherewithal to throw out the fast runner. That's a heck of a play to start the inning.
Dove to his left, came up with it, and then set himself. That's the most important thing in that deal, Scott.
That'll bring up the top of the order, Nicholas Blasey. He walked, stole a base, but was left on in the Kane County first inning. It's 1-0 as we welcome you in here in the top of the third inning. The Kernels leading the home opener, and a strike called to Blasey. Outfield straight up for the right-handed hitter, and he takes a look at a pitch at the letters up high with a off-speed pitch for ball one.
We do have a nice crowd here today, and in another few minutes, hey, what we're going to see is an absolutely clear sky.
Yep, it's been working on it all morning, but it finally got up and going. The 2-1 inside with a fastball, and it's now 3 balls, 1 strike from Francisco Rodriguez Jr. He's walked a pair, has not given up a hit yet. The Kernels have made the only error in the ball game. The 3-1, up high, ball 4. And the third walk of the afternoon given up by Rodriguez.
He started out a little shaky, but then the pitching coach, Ronan, settled him down. He got out of that inning in good shape.
That'll bring up Myron Leslie, left-handed hitting third baseman. Well, check that. I'm off by 1. Melillo is up. Runner on at first, not going. Line drive down the right field line. It's fair ball. Rounding second, Blasey. He's on his way to third. Dug out of the corner by Madrigal. Throw to second base, not in time. It'll be a headfirst slide by Melillo. He's got a double, and Kane County has 2 in scoring position here with 1 out in the top of the third inning.
And that's what a walk does for you, as a matter of fact. Base on balls opens it up. Consequently, Blasey made it to third and down at second base after that double, Melillo, and he tagged it.
Yes, he did. That was no shot over there for the Colonel first baseman Renaway. Now Myron Leslie, the third baseman up there from the left-hand side. Runners on at second and third, 1 out, 1-0 Kernels, and pitch high and away for ball 1. And the right fielder, Madrigal, playing straight up for this big third baseman. And he is a big man.
1 out.
There's a fastball strike. Rodriguez throws fairly hard.
Yes, he does. He's going to have to keep it low, though. And he's getting it up above, up above the belt buckle, and that gives you a good look at the ball.
The switch hitter takes a fastball on the outside corner, and it's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Leslie in from the left-hand side out of the state of Florida. He played with most of these Cougars at Vancouver last year. Runner on at third and second, the 1-2. Pitch in the dirt, smothered by Duenas.
Give him that slider again, and it slid too much.
And he's got a good slider. He just tried to overthrow that one a little bit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Petit grounded to third to open the inning. A great play, a dive to his left by Sandoval. Rodriguez at the belt. Looks to third and delivers. Curve, strike 3, called on the inside corner. And Leslie didn't like the call. Kind of stood there for a moment. But it's going to be the third strikeout and a big one right there.
And that is the second batter that Rodriguez has been able to get on a called strike. So those are things that help you out when runners are second and third and only 1 out.
Pickoff throw to second. Runner back in, Melillo. Tommy Everidge, the first baseman, struck out back in the first inning. He's up there with 2 outs and 2 on in scoring position. 1-0 Kernels here in the top half of the third inning. We've outscored or out-hit Kane County 4-1. Look to second, and the delivery is high and wide for ball 1. Crowd continues to come into the ballpark. A lot of kids.
Yes, it's getting better every second, but you're going to have to put up with the wind out here.
Here's the pitch going the other way, Everidge, and he slices it foul beyond the right field plaza section. And that'll even things up at 1-1. Yeah, you were up there above the mezzanine.
I was out there talking to Mr. Cullender, who used to play at Cedar Rapids Regis. All-around athlete.
He's played in this wind before.
Yes, he has. I told him, don't stand there too long.
Look to second and third, the 1-1. Again, swatted foul to our right. The first one to bounce off the sweeps of the year.
I also checked those. They're well populated today, so
that's the best place to be, perhaps.
Absolutely. And I might put in a plug here that suites can be rented out here at the ballpark on a game-by-game or 10-day basis.
That's right. The 1-2 with 2 outs. Slow curve, swung on and lifted in the air.
It's going to be a tough play with that wind.
Short right field, calling it, and making the catch is LeBlanc. And the Kernels put away the Cougars here in the top half of the third inning. Nice piece of pitching there by Rodriguez to get out of a second and third one-out jam. For Kane County in the top of the third inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. They leave 2 more on. They've left 4 on now through 3 at-bats. As we head to the Kernel half of inning number 3, it's the Kernels 1, Kane County nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball right here in the Zone.
Okay, we're ready in here, and here comes the music.
If you've been thinking about getting cable television from Mediacom.
If you've been thinking about getting cable television from Mediacom.
Or high-speed internet.
Or high-speed internet.
Wait a minute. Why is she repeating everything I'm saying?
'Cause it's a double offer?
Yeah, you can get Mediacom's digital one-star pack featuring movies and interactive guide music channels and more for just $29.95 a month for a whole year. And get Mediacom online for just $29.95 a month for a whole year.
I know that, but is it really necessary to repeat it?
Hey, gotta get the point across.
Do you want me to say it again?
Why not?
Get Mediacom's digital one-star pack for just $29.95 a month for a whole year. And get Mediacom online for just $29.95 a month for a whole year.
Aha, she forgot something. You can add HBO for just $6 a month for 6 months. And the phone number, 1-877-377-CABLE.
That number again is 1-877-377-CABLE.
I'm out of here.
Must subscribe to those services. Offer for new residential subscribers only. All products may not be available.
When it comes to auto insurance, think fast. Think customized auto coverage with quick claims response from Farm Bureau Financial Services. Call Bill McNeil in Cedar Rapids to start getting the coverage you deserve. Farm Bureau Financial Services gets you back on your wheels in no time. For fast claim service, act quickly and think about auto insurance from Bill McNeil in Cedar Rapids. Farm Bureau Financial Services, more than you think. Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, West Des Moines, Iowa.
Josh LeBlanc represents the top of the order, and he'll get things started here in the bottom of the third inning on opening day from the ballpark here in Cedar Rapids. 1-0 Kernels lead, and the pitch is a strike thrown by Ryan Ford. It will be for the Kernels 1-2-3, LeBlanc, Sandoval, and Sean Rodriguez. LeBlanc 0 for 1, popped up to short, shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes a pitch outside, and it's 1-1 here.
Taking a look at the Kernels' workout when they got here, they did a lot of bunting. And Bobby Magianis is the type of guy who likes to run with the ball.
There's a ground ball behind first. Nice play by Everidge. Underhand to the pitcher Ford, and they just got a hustling LeBlanc at first base for the first out here of the third inning. That's a pretty good play for early in the year because you haven't had a chance to work on that too much.
He communicated well on that. Well, in spring training, that's the first thing you start on, is that play where the pitcher has to cover first. They go over that at every level of ball.
Freddie Sandoval steps in, takes a look at a slider for a strike. Sandoval singled in the first inning, but then was thrown out trying to steal by Padron, the catcher for Kane County. 1-0 Kernels. Here in the bottom of the third, bases empty, 1 out. Slow curve outside for a ball. Now, Oakland in the past, Bob, they've done what is known as piggybacking their pitchers. And apparently John was telling me during the break they're not going to do that anymore. As we lose half of our media notes here. with that wind gust. Pitch outside, and it's, called a strike, 1-2. Caught the corner.
Well, Billy Bean out there at Oakland has instituted some new things, as John Rogers was talking about, or at least some new attitudes, and we'll see. Usually those attitudes are tried in the farm system.
Sandoval swings and misses with a curveball. The first strikeout by Ryan Ford, and there's quickly 2 outs here in the Kernel half of the third for Sean Rodriguez. He walked and scored the only run of the ball game so far in this pitcher's duel between Ryan Ford of the Kernels and Rodriguez of Cedar Rapids. There's a bunt up the third base line, and forget it. Rodriguez is on with his first hit of the year, and they're taking advantage of Myron Leslie playing back at third base, and Rodriguez just pushed that right up the line.
That is the second bunt for a base hit in this game. So we talked about small ball. Well, that is a term that surfaced recently among broadcasters and baseball aficionados across the country, and Bobby Magallanes is putting it into operation today.
Aaron Peel singled, and he looks at a pitch inside for ball 1. Single to right field off of Ford back in the first inning on a hit and run, sent Rodriguez to third base. Sean with good speed being held on at first by Everidge. Ford has already picked off a man this afternoon. He's got a good move. Goes to the plate, pitch outside, and Peel's ahead 2-0 now.
Cedar Rapids has 1 run and 5 hits in an error, and for the Kane County Cougars, no runs, 1 hit, no errors.
2 balls, no strikes to the designated hitter this afternoon, Aaron Peel. Rodriguez, good lead at first. Ford takes a peek, now delivers, and it's high and away for ball 3. Pitching himself into a little bit of a jam here with the number 5 hitter, Jordan Renz, the left fielder, on deck. I like this 3, 4, and 5, and 6 group for the Kernels. They got some pop. Here's the 3-0 to Peel. Takes all the way, and it's low ball 4. A 4-pitch walk delivered by Ryan Ford, and that will put runners on at first and second here with 2 outs. The inning started innocently enough for the Kernels.
Well, let's go back to that saying. More runs are scored with 2 outs than at any other time.
Absolutely. They probably have that stat somewhere. They have every other stat known to man in baseball. Jordan Renz, an RBI single to right. Put the Kernels up 1-0. He's up there with another RBI opportunity in the 1-0 game. Runners on it first and second. Curve way outside and high for ball 1. Ford's kind of lost its focus now with a couple guys on base.
He is not following through on that pitch. His location is, he's letting the ball go before he gets it into the proper spot.
Here's the pitch, swatted foul right side and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jordan Renz. Chris Treidel in center field, playing just a little bit to the left of dead center.
And Renz has picked himself up the first run driven in for the Kernels this year.
He'll be the answer to the trivia question.
And you'll have it.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs, 2 on. 1-0 Kernels here in the bottom of the third inning. Glad to have you aboard here from Veterans Memorial Stadium. Here's the pitch again. Swatted foul right side, and this one will end up in the plaza area. Nice attempt by one of the patrons here at the ballpark. We use patrons today because it is day 1 of the Masters.
Delayed 4 hours.
And they have not started yet?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Zach will be playing toward the
he'll be playing
the Gloman
twilight
tonight.
He'll have a twilight nighter.
Here's a pickoff attempt faked by Ryan Ford back to second and gets Sean Rodriguez back in there. Sean at second, Aaron Peel on at first with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning.
Renz comes from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
The 1-2. by the left-hander. Swatted in the air to center field. Will be caught. Tridle back a couple of steps. Now comes in as the wind swats it down. And that will do it for the Kernels here in the bottom of the third inning. For Cedar Rapids, no runs. 1 hit, a walk, no errors, and the Kernels leave 2 on. They've left 4 on through their 3 at-bats. We'll head to the 4th inning here at Veterans Memorial Stadium on opening day. And after 3, it's the Kernels 1, the Kane County Cougars nothing. We'll be back with more Kernel baseball right here in the zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
Reading to children helps them perform better in school, according to the National Education Association. Set a good example by reading at home and gathering books and magazines your whole family can enjoy. Visit the library regularly and read with your children as often as possible. You can lead your child down the path to successful reading. A message from Quest and Radio Iowa.
Bob Brooks here from Veterans Memorial Stadium. John will rejoin us coming up in the next inning. He'll sit in here with Bob as it's 1-0 Kernels here in the sun-splashed but very windy Thursday afternoon. 1-4 with the Cougars, and a strike called on the first pitch to the number 5 hitter, the catcher Raul Padron. It'll be Padron, Long, and Corey Wayman. Coming up for Kane County, Rodriguez doesn't take much time and delivers outside for a ball. 1 hour into it, and the Kernels have out-hit the Cougars 5-1. Only error in the ball game was by the Kernels. There's a strike in the inside corner with a good fastball. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting catcher for Kane County. Swing and a miss. Took something off of it. And strikeout number 4 now for Rodriguez. Good pitch sequence right there, Bob.
Very good. And he delivered it quick and delivered it hard.
That'll bring up Wes Long, the DH.
And he took care of the Venezuelan there.
That's right. Kernels with a very veteran ball club, Bob. 9 of them played here, or have experience anyway, in Cedar Rapids. As the first pitch to Wes Long is a curve down low for ball 1. And that usually bodes well in the Midwest League.
Well, if Anaheim has learned anything about the Midwest League, they know that Kane County is the team to beat when you start the year.
That's right. They always get good players up there to the west suburbs, and why not?
It's a great area, boy.
Yep, they routinely draw over 10,000 per home game. The 1-0, and it's down low. I believe it's 2-1. There was a foul ball there, so with 1 out, I believe the count should be 2 balls and a strike. Rodriguez delivers. Strike 2 called upstairs. And it is 2-2. As the home plate umpire will remind the players of that. The 2-2. Swung on, a little dribbler or a little liner behind first. It's going to fall for a base hit. Nothing really that Madrigal or LeBlanc could do. That one fell right between them. Little seeing eye single, and that is the second hit of the afternoon for Kane County.
Well, I've been checking these batters so far, Scott, and this year the rule is that you are supposed to stay in the batter's box between pitches. Consequently, you can have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but so far the players seem to be doing very, very well with that.
That's good to see. We need to speed up the game, and that's a good way to do it. Might as well start down at the minor league level. Strike one taken by Corey Wayman, the right fielder. Corey grounded out to Sandoval at third his first time up. One out, runner on at first, not going. There's a slider for a strike. Rodriguez has struck out 3. He's also walked 3 this afternoon.
And Waymont was at Kane County last year. Comes out of Ogden, Utah.
Swinging a line drive to left. That's going to fall in for a base hit in front of Jordan Renz. He'll get it back into Sean Rodriguez. And Kane County with another little skirmish here.
And action in the Cedar Rapids Kernels bullpen.
Yep, they got a right-hander getting loosened up. Long goes to second. Corey Wayman on at first with the single. That'll bring up Chris Treidel, the hometown boy, or home county boy, we should say, to be more technically correct. Treidel in there from the right side with 2 on and 1 out. Kernels hanging on to a 1-0 lead. Short lead at second, and the delivery is a strike on the outside corner to Treidel. Carapazza, the home plate umpire, has been very consistent with that outside pitch. He's been giving it to the pitchers this afternoon.
And remember, he's just as young as the ball players,
if not younger. Swing and a miss on a nice curve. Good Uncle Charlie there from Rodriguez, and he's up on Treidel 0-2. Nice crowd on hand this afternoon. A lot of them have found the sunshine, though, I've noticed, Bob.
It's the only place to be out here.
Look to second, the 0-2. Strike 3 called, and Treidel's rung up. Did like the pitch location, but like we said, that's been going to the pitcher all afternoon, and that's strikeout number 4, third caught looking. That will bring up Gregorio Petit. Boy, every time Rodriguez has had a runner at second base with less than 2 outs, he's gotten a strikeout.
Here's another Venezuelan going for Cougars of Kane County, last year's champs.
From Santa Teresa, Venezuela. He's ahead of the count 1-0. His first pitch is up high from Rodriguez.
Worldwide baseball.
Pitch outside, and it's 2-0. And it's on the USA Today, Bob, where they had a breakdown, I believe, of the major leaguers. And I think it's up to nearly 30% now are Latin ball players.
It creeps up every year. You're going to see more Japanese players.
Ball 3 taken up high, and it's 3-0 now to the number 9 hitter, Gregorio Petit. Top of the order, Nicholas Blazy is on deck for Kane County.
And if they ever introduce it, the game of baseball in China, watch out.
There's a strike.
You'll have a lot of Chinese players.
That's right. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 1-0 Kernels here in the top half of the 4th inning on opening day for the ballpark.
Cedar Rapids, besides the Caribbean players, they have an Australian pitcher.
3 balls, 1 strike. Look to second base. Long with a short lead. And there's strike 2 called. Petit thought it was high. He'll be brought back to the plate. And usually if you do that to the umpire, you better be swinging.
2 on, 2 out. And a 3-2 pitch.
Runners will be going. Long will take off from second. Wayman from first.
It's a big pitch for Rodriguez.
Look to second. The 3-2. Inside ball 4. And the bases are loaded for the top of the order, Nicholas Blazy. Again, the Colonel bullpen is up and going as a right-hander, Jesse Smith, is down in the bullpen. Of course, he's a holdover from last year as well. So Long on at third, Wayman on at second, and Petit on at first. Blazy has walked twice this afternoon for Kane County. Nowhere to put him right here. Rodriguez from the set. Curve taken for a strike. Like you said, Bob, this is the biggest batter of the ball game. In this situation right here. Bases loaded to the right-handed hitter, the 0-1. Strike called in the outside corner. And it's quickly 0-2 to Blasey.
And you notice the pitching coach has confidence. He didn't go out when the bases became loaded.
Kernan Ronan stayed right in the dugout. See what Dave Joppy does, the Kane County manager, as he talks to Wes Long at third base. The 0-2 to Blasey, up high, wasted the pitch, and it's 1-2.
For Joppy, he ought to put himself in the batting order, because instead of being in the coaching box or close to it, he's almost a participant in the game.
Just about way down the line. Here's the 1-2. Slow curve just dances outside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, here's the pitch where you want to get the batter, because you do not want to put the runners in motion at 3-2 here, Bob.
This is it. From the stretch.
From the belt, the 2-2. Swung on and tipped foul. Back to the screen. Ball got away from the Kernel bullpen and went all the way up into the crowd. We have not seen that one happen in a while. The crowd wasn't ready for it.
Well, on opening day to be friendly, Scott.
Might as well
they haven't
seen
it since last year.
Bases loaded, 2 out, the 2-2. Curved, lined up the middle, that's going to be a base hit. Long will score. Runner around third base, and he will score. Kane County will take a 2-1 lead on the 2-run single by Nicholas Blasey. And he puts the Cougars on top. And Rodriguez, once too often, played with fire this afternoon.
Well, he came in with a high off-speed pitch. And that was trouble from the beginning. Here comes Bobby Magianis, and that will mean Smith will come into the ball game from the bullpen. So the first pitching change of the new season will occur here, and Kane County came back with some small ball themselves, because Wes Long opened it up with a little dump into right field, and then another single after a called strike, a strikeout, a base on balls, and the single with the bases loaded to score 2, and that ball was not hard hit, but the location of the pitch enabled the batter to get enough on it, Scott, to move it to center field.
And a nice hand for starter Fernando Rodriguez Jr. as he departs. And Jesse Smith will make his 2005 Kernel debut. Jesse Smith, of course, here last year out of Lincoln, Nebraska. 6'2", 210-pound right-hander, was also used in this situation a year ago by the Kernels in middle and short relief. And we'll see what he can do right here. Still a tough situation with Kevin Melillo coming up, who doubled down the right field line last time up against Rodriguez. 2-1, Kane County has now taken the lead here. And quick hook for Rodriguez, but with those walks, Bob, he threw a lot of pitches here this afternoon, and there's no need to throw a bunch of pitches on opening day in your first start.
No, you're going to be very limited anyway in the number of pitches you would throw, and he probably had just about hit that plateau anyway. He gave up a couple of runs. He gave up 4 hits. Had himself kind of an up-and-down day in walks versus strikeouts. He had 2 walks in the first inning and had another walk in the third, another in the fourth. So he had the walks versus strikeouts were about the same.
Jesse Smith into the ball game, and with the Kernels going to the bullpen here in the 4th inning, they may have to employ a few pitchers here this afternoon. 1st to 4 at the ballpark. Kernels and Kane County go at it again tomorrow night. 6:10, the dugout interview time. The South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. 6:35, your first pitch, and then Saturday it'll be a 5 o'clock start here at the ballpark. And they'll close out the homestand with the 2 o'clock game against Kane County coming up on Sunday afternoon. Viola Gibson Elementary Day, by the way, Sunday afternoon.
Left-handed.
Hard to get the kids out here.
That's right. Polk Elementary with a group of fifth graders out here today. 2 on, and the first pitch from Jesse Smith catches the outside corner to Kevin Melillo, the second baseman, 1 for 2. And he's in the hole 0-1. Blazy on at first. Petit at second base here for Kane County in the top of the fourth inning. Smith delivers, and a swing and a foul straight back, and it's quickly 0-2.
Jesse Smith comes from Lincoln, Nebraska. Was with Cedar Rapids, as we indicated. And at 210, 6'2", he has a good fastball. The main thing you have to have here is command of the pitch and the ability to get it in the zone, strike zone.
And control. See what he does with the 0-2, and he throws it right by Melillo for strike 3. And a good job by Jesse Smith to come in and close the door for Kane County here in the top of the fourth inning. But the Cougars take the lead on 2 runs on 3 hits, a big walk, and Kane County strands 2. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth inning on opening day, and it's now the Cougars 2 and the Kernels 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball right here in the zone.
Northern Iowans agree. The nice spring weather makes it a pleasure to be outdoors. Enhance your pleasure this year with a backyard beautification project. Let Peck's Landscaping design and install the perfect landscape for your backyard, an outdoor space that's just right for you and your family. Peck's carries the best quality and hardiest nursery stock available. Combine that with a wide variety of landscape products and expert advice, and you'll have the yard of your dreams. Just imagine what it could be. Want a skillfully built retaining wall? Perhaps a brick or cobblestone patio. No landscape is too large or too small for the pros at Peck's. Call or stop in and arrange a time for your free estimate. Don't let another spring go by without new landscaping for your backyard. Beautiful, affordable landscapes designed and installed by Peck's. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, Nursery and Landscaping, corner of Blairsbury and Edgewood Road Northeast, landscaping Eastern Iowa since 1956.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Hello? Yeah, this is Aaron from Georgia. I just wanted to tell Colin that he's a genius, man.
Hold on, let me get Colin for you. Stay there, I'll get Colin
right
for
next
you.
to you.
Hold on, let me.
Colin, come here.
Yeah, here he is.
Yeah, go ahead. This is Colin.
Colin, man, you're a genius. I agree totally with you about the pitching stuff.
Thank you. I feel like I'm a genius.
Don't be left out of The Herd. Only on ESPN Radio.
We're back at the ballpark, and it's opening day.
Hey, the cannon doesn't work.
The Colonel Cannon, the Goodwill Blaster, needs a little rev of energy. Maybe it's cold.
I hope that isn't the one we bought a few years ago because it was used at that time.
Bottom of the fourth, Scott Unash, Bob Brooks with you. John Rogers will step in with Bob here in the next inning. Colonels with some work to do now as they find themselves trailing the Cougars 2-1. Kane County with 2 in the fourth inning. Colonels with their lone run in the bottom of the first. Warner Madrigal, the number 6 hitter, grounded out to first. 1-3 put out, or the pitcher, I beg your pardon, his first time up. Swings at the first pitch and hits the ground ball to the shortstop. Petit gobbles it up and throws out Madrigal. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the Colonels' fourth inning.
Number 10, first baseman.
Cliff Remelay coming up for the Colonels. He'll be followed by Tommy Duenas. Ford has done a good job, Bob, settling down.
Well, he's been throwing strikes. That's the main thing. As he gave up a walk in the first and another in the third, but otherwise he's had good support, and he's been ahead of the batters. Madrigal didn't have a good at-bat. That was a weak swing at the pitch. He'll get a better cut than that the next time up.
Left-handed hitting Remelay takes a look at his strike. He had a bunt single his first time up. Check swing and the pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Last year, Ryan Ford was a 15th round selection out of Eastern Michigan University. He was 4-0 last year with a 3.66 ERA for Vancouver, the Canadians of the Northwest League. Takes a look at a pitch just outside, and it's 2-1. Of course, Vancouver, Bob, used to be a AAA ball club, and now they're a Class A team.
One of the most beautiful places in the world, Vancouver.
There's the 2-1. And a comeback on one hop right back to Ford. Takes his time and throws out the Colonel first baseman. And 2 outs here quickly in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And quickly, the left-hander, Ryan Ford, is getting himself into a commanding situation. He has taken care of the first 2 batters here. The last half of the 4th inning in pretty good shape.
See if Duenas takes some pitches here to give his pitcher some help. He did not. He lines it into the gap in left center field. That will plug the alley and go to the wall. Duenas on his way to second. He'll have a stand-up 2-out double as the Colonel's got a base runner with 2 outs. And no, there was no taking pitches by the catcher, Tommy Duenas. He hit it right to the gap, the 378 mark, right by the brand new Budweiser sign out there in left center field. Hit number 6 for the Colonels.
And the Colonels have their first extra base hit of the season.
And that will bring a visit from the pitching coach, Garvin Alston, for Kane County this year. They're managed by Dave Joppy. Aaron and Nicola is the hitting coach. Garvin Alston is the pitching coach. Their trainer this year is Justin Whitehouse, all of the Oakland athletic staff. Well, see if the Colonels can tie it up here with a little 2-out rally. Duenas with the stand-up double with 2 outs, and that will bring up Richard Giannotti, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play his first time up, 0 for 1.
Giannotti is a Florida native, played at the University of Miami.
And he takes a look at a strike and a slow curve.
So he has had a lot of baseball experience and comes off a very good collegiate program.
Out of Plantation, Florida, down in the Miami area, I believe. A lot of good football out of there. The 0-1 is hit foul wide at third.
Yeah, I was talking to...
And the first run by Rhodey this year, by the way.
And he was told not to run this year.
Well, that lasted 3 innings.
That's about as long as I thought it would last. Giannotti, incidentally, is a big college football fan, and he attended the Orange Bowl game when Iowa launched to Southern California. He was talking about that.
The 0-2, again, golf foul down the left field line. Caroms off the protective screen by the Kane County bullpen. 2-1 Cougars lead it. Runner on at second for the Kernels. The tying run with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
And Giannotti knew Mo Brown very well. So,
also from that neck of the woods.
Yes. I asked him if he'd ever run into Brad Banks, but he said no, he had not. He was one of those attending that Orange Bowl game when Iowa took the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and that was about it.
Ford backs off the rubber, now back on. The left-hander will back it off again. Get ready for the 0-2 pitch to number 9 hitter for the Colonels, Richard Giannotti. In there from the right side. Switch hitter Giannotti is in that number 9 hole. Pretty much pegged as the everyday center fielder. Ford delivers, just misses with a slider. And it's 1-2. Pitch looked good, but not quite good enough. Wind continues to blow in hard from center field.
Giannotti played on the Provo team that won their league last year.
The 1-2. Curve in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, Padron, and on his way to third and rounding it is Tommy Duenas. That should be a wild pitch, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Scott, we have our first argument of the year. I put it down as a pass ball.
Okay. What's that? Wild pitch. Oh, I'm 1-0.
Oh, 1-0.
Well, I'll thank the official score as I exit the building today. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And now Duenas on at third base. See what Ford comes with here with the 2-2 pitch with 2 outs. Outfield shaded to the right. The 2-2 high. No, late call, strike 3. Wow. Strikeout number 2 for Ford, and
Mickey, the umpire, did should I, shouldn't I, should I? Strike three.
He wound up on that one, and that will do it for the Kernels in the bottom of the fourth inning. So they strand Duenas after a 2-out double on at third base. No runs to hit. One left, and John will join Bob for the middle innings. And after 4 on opening day, it's Kane County 2, Cedar Rapids 1. You're listening to Colonel Baseball here on the Zone.
Coldwell Banker agents are always working to keep you every advantage. And this Saturday and Sunday, we're having a major real estate event for that very reason. You're invited to the Coldwell Banker National Open House Weekend this weekend. One weekend, thousands of open houses all across the country. Homes in a variety of styles and price ranges, including new construction, all over your neighborhood. If you're searching for a new home or just curious about the local real estate market, you won't want to miss this opportunity. The more homes you see, the more likely you are to find the home that's absolutely perfect for you. One weekend, thousands of open houses all across the country. Brought to you by Coldwell Banker. It's the Coldwell Banker National Open House Weekend this Saturday and Sunday. To find the homes you want to see this weekend, visit ColdwellBanker.com. All offices independently owned and operated, except offices owned and operated by NRT Incorporated.
I'm a 9th-year college senior. I need 2 more credits to graduate. I've needed those credits for 5 years. Sure, I could take ceramics, cooking, Yiddish, done. 2 credits right there. But no, I choose to stay in college. Go State! Go State! Let me tell you something. You're jealous of me. I gotta rest up before the pep rally, know what I mean? Oh, wait, you don't.
Go back to college with ESPNU and ESPNU.com. Division I football and basketball matchups and major college championships. Never graduate.
So Bob Brooks has just opened up one of the hatches, and both windows are open here. We've got a dandy opening day through 4 innings. The Kernels have out-hit the Cougars 6-4. Each team has stranded a bevy of base runners. The Cougars have left 6 through their first 4 at-bats. Kernels have stranded 5. And we are heading to the top of the 5th inning. Jesse Smith came on to get a 3-pitch strikeout of Kevin Melillo to end the Cougar 4th inning. He came on in relief of the starter, Fernando Rodriguez, and the line is final now on Fernando, 4 2/3. He gave 2 runs to Kane County, both earned on 4 hits, struck out 4 and walked 4. Bob Brooks is alongside. I'm John Rogers, and it's the middle of the Cougar order in the top of the 5th inning. Smith deals a fastball rather, at the knees to big Myron Leslie, who has walked and struck out looking today. Wind still blowing in with a lot of force from center field on a beautiful, sunny opening day. And Bob, the crowd is grown all afternoon long, and I think we're going to be very pleased with the final total.
Well, I'm sure the total will be good versus what it would have been with a night game.
Exactly, and one of our philosophies this year is, well, our slogan is Meet Me at the Stadium, and we're sure glad so many of you have decided to meet us here this afternoon. And as Scott and Bob noted earlier, this is the first of 4 with Kane County, 6:30 tomorrow, 5 o'clock on Saturday evening, and 2 o'clock Viola Gibson Elementary School Day on Sunday. A tap foul behind the plate. Jesse's next delivery outside, and opening day brings with it so much tradition and so many memories, and I think my best memory of opening day is the 2-2 is headed home, and it's fouled straight back here, upper part of the screen. Bob, I never got to skip school to go to an opening day. I did get to skip school to go to several World Series games, but I think my best memory of opening day is remembering the president throwing out the first pitch in old Griffiths. Well, I don't remember Griffith Stadium. I remember RFK Stadium. It's nice to know that tradition will come back to life with the Nationals this year.
Yes, President Bush will be happy on, I believe it's the 14th.
That's right.
Throw out the first pitch at RFK. In fact, I ran into a gentleman here in Cedar Rapids the other day who opened his billfold, and he works for a company who has fine connections in Washington, a lot of visits to D.C., and he has tickets to the Redskins and the Nationals.
Well, that's wonderful. A high pop foul off the left. He must be well connected because the, the Nationals, the old Expos from Montreal, the Washington Nationals, last count I heard, they'd already sold 1.8 million seats before the first pitch. 1.8 million before a walk-up crowd. A foul off to the left, and it's still 2-2 to Myron Leslie, a left-handed batter, an open stance, and he jackknifes out of the way of a Jesse Smith delivery low and in, and now Jesse has run the count full. He takes a couple of steps to the backside of the slope, and Leslie steps out. It's the heart of the Cougar order. We're in the top of the fifth inning, and Kane County leads it 2-1. Here's the payoff delivery. Tap to second. To his right, and charging is Josh LeBlanc, and he sidearms over to the first baseman, Remolay, for the first out. Jesse Smith on a full count pitch got Myron Leslie to really, Bob, get himself out. He tried to pull an outside pitch, and that always leads to the left-handed batter doing just what Leslie did. He bounced out to second.
And you were talking about the heart of the order for Kane County. They do not have a hit today.
And that's a good indication of what a good pitcher's duel this has been. Middle innings now, top of the fifth. Yes, we will rekindle one of our broadcast favorites. The Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question comes your way in the top of the sixth inning, so stay tuned for that. Your chance to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. A strike on the outside edge to Tommy Everidge, the cleanup batter for Kane County. Now Jesse whips one outside. 1-1 to Everidge, who this afternoon has struck out and popped to second. Jesse Smith, big strapping right-hander, last year with the Kernels, pitched in 38 games. A ground ball base hit to the right of the diving Twifton Remolay, and that is the first hit by the heart of the Cougar order as Tommy Everidge lashed one the other way and punched it through the right side of the Kernel infield. Bob, one thing I remember about opening day, and I was sorry to see this tradition fall by the wayside, and that was the traditional afternoon opener in Cincinnati when I was growing up.
That was a big, big deal. And Major League Baseball, for a long period of time, allowed Cincinnati to be the team to always open.
That's no longer the case.
But television took it apart.
Runner not going, and Jesse delivers high, and it's ball one to Raul Padron. Raul is grounded out back to the mound in the first inning, struck out leading off the fourth inning. The Cougars erased a Colonel 1-0 lead from the first inning, and hit and run RBI single by Jordan Wren, scoring Sean Rodriguez. The Cougars erased that lead with 2 in the top of the fourth inning. Smith holding the runner close, tosses over there, and Everidge is back safely. This is wonderful to kick off the season with you here in the zone. Bob Brooks is with us, Scott Unash. I'm John Rogers, and I have a special hello. A looper over the head at second of Josh LeBlanc falls for a base hit. So after getting Myron Leslie to start this fifth, Cougars have followed with back-to-back singles from Tommy Everidge and Raul Padron. Padron hit that one off the end of the bat and looped it into center. Everidge stopped at second. I want to send out a special hello to Aon Consulting and Diane. Diane is with Aon Consulting. Her boss, Dana Chapman Bauman, is here this afternoon, but she gave the crew full permission to tune in in the zone this afternoon and listen at Aon Consulting. Well, Bob, we haven't turned a double play this afternoon with Wes Long, a right-handed batter at the plate. Let's see if we can get out of this inning. Wes got it all started in the fourth, a 2-run Cougar fourth with a 1-out single to right.
The infield plays for the double play, of course, as we're in the fifth, 2-1 in favor of the Kane County Cougars.
Wes Long takes a strike at the letters from Jesse Smith. Wears his Red Sox up high.
Where they should be.
That's right. Tradition. Ooh, a beautiful yellow hammer and a strike called, and Long, the DH, is in the hole, 0-2. Jesse Smith broke one off at the knees.
You fellas are educating me today about a Charlie curve and a yellow hammer, and
I guess, Bob, the lingo, you grow up with certain types of terminology. I know my grandfather, and maybe you can confirm or deny this, used to call the curveball the old dipsy-do.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So there's one from your generation.
Careful.
A description of a curveball. The 1-2, high and away.
Well, we here in the broadcast booth, we're covering most generations.
Yeah, Scott's the younger, I'm the
middle man.
You're the dean. And I hang that moniker on you, Bob, with the utmost respect. Great to have you with us.
Well, it's fun.
It is fun. The 2-2. Check swing, strike 3. Wes Long tried to hold up. I think Grant Menke, the plate umpire, was going to call him out nonetheless, and Jesse Smith records his second strikeout in relief of starter Fernando Rodriguez. And now with the Cougars holding that 2-1 lead in the top of the fifth, it'll be Corey Wayment batting for the third time today. He singled and scored in that 2-run Cougar fourth. Jesse Smith working with Everidge at second, Pedron at first, and 2 out in the top of the fifth inning. The Kernels down by a run. Corey Wayment takes high, a snap throw to second, and just getting back ahead of Tommy Duenas' cannon throw was Tommy Everidge.
Close play. Shortstop cut over and did a good job. Sean Rodriguez was in position, but the throw split second late.
Oh, that was close. Wayment stands straight up at the plate. Corey's a slim guy from Utah. And ball 2 is upstairs. Yeah, that opener in Cincinnati, Bob, it was a courtesy to the Reds because they were one of the original National League teams founded in 1876. And as you said, until television took over the scheduling of Major League Baseball, that was a fun tradition in Cincinnati. Ball 3 just low. They almost made it a citywide holiday, didn't they?
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yep.
Plus, Cincinnati, one thing they can never take away, they were the first Major League team to have lights.
Exactly.
And Des Moines was the first overall.
Strike at the knees. You know, Bob, there's a lot of talking about which teams had lights first, and of course it was at Crosley Field in the big leagues, and I concur with you. Most of the history I've read has said that Des Moines was the first minor league professional baseball team, and I think they had them before Crosley Field.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. Now, there are folks, and they're right as well, that in the old Negro Leagues, they put lights on the buses, traveled with lights, and Negro League games may have been the first professional games under the lights, but we're not splitting hairs on that. A 3-1 pitch, and it was an off-speed offering from Jesse, hammered foul into the screen, and the count full. With 2 out, the runners will be going on this full count pitch. Did you ever heard that, Bob, that some of the Negro League teams hitched up lights to their buses and traveled with them?
Yes, yeah. I had heard that.
Yep. A lot of history in this great game.
I'm sure they did.
Yep, that we call our national pastime. The runners are off. Strike 3 called. Jesse Smith paints the outside corner, and that'll give the Kernels some momentum to take into the dugout, their first base outpost for the bottom of the fifth. In the top of the fifth, Kane County, no runs, 2 hits. There were no Kernel errors. Cougars leave a pair. They've stranded 8 runners in 5 at-bats. We go to the home half of the fifth, and the Kernels trail Kane County on opening day, 2-1. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
It looks like we're going to need one more bag of mulch.
No problem. I'll go back to Menards and get some more. Wow, wood mulch is only $1.99 a bag? And look at that! Fencing, decking, and landscape blocks are on sale too. Oh, and those play centers. The kids would love one of those. I hope I have room in the car.
What took you so long? Did you get the mulch?
Yeah, and a few other things too. Did you know Menards delivered?
We need a bigger backyard.
Hurry into Menards for all the great deals on landscaping supplies. Save big on the area's best selection. Plus, there's no interest or payments till 2006 on purchases of $299 or more with your big card. And while you're shopping, enter for your chance to win a Ford Mustang. Save big on everything to create your own backyard paradise. now during the spring sale at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron motor oils and lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
Southpaw Ryan Ford has found some rhythm, as Bob and Scott noted during the last inning. He's pitched well and pitched around a two-out double and a wild pitch with 2 out in the 4th inning. The double by Tommy Duenas. Tommy went to third on a wild pitch, but the lefty Ford got Richard Giannotti to go down on a called third strike. It's the top of the order for the Kernels in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-1 Cougars. Josh LeBlanc looks at one just high. LeBlanc is popped to short and wrapped out first baseman to pitcher covering. Kernels have 2 bunt singles today, and Myron Leslie is playing off the line at third in shallow. Tap to second. Charging is Kevin Melillo, and on to first for the out. The Kernel leadoff batter, 0 for 3 so far this afternoon.
Number 21, third baseman, Freddie Sandoval.
Let's remind you of the dimensions here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's 315 down the left field line, a 16-foot high wall, 325 down the right field line, 400 to straightaway center, and a dark green net above that 400-foot mark for a wonderful hitter's background, or batter's eye as they call it. The lefty to Sandoval, ball one outside to Freddie, now a strike. Bob, I remember seeing pictures, and growing up, my mom and dad would buy me all sorts of baseball books, black and white pictures, and one thing I remember about those pictures, as the 2-0 is a strike on the inside corner, it was common back in the 30s, 40s, 50s to not have a batter's eye, and worse yet, a lot of the fans in center field, the fashion back then for men was to wear a white shirt and tie, and boy, it was near impossible to see the pitch. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. It was a 1-2 count, and on to first goes Raul Pardon's throw to get Sandoval. The strikeout is completed on a 2-3 putout, and it makes you wonder, Bob, if you had to face a guy like Sandy Koufax or Carl Hubble, if the batter already had a hole to dig out of with those white shirts in the background. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes, at Wrigley Field in Chicago, you know, the whole center field area was filled in. They complained all the time about the ball coming out of white shirts.
That's tough.
And consequently, eventually, they put shrubbery out there.
And that's the way it still is. But here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, a big net behind the center field wall for a good batter's eye. Sean Rodriguez has a good batter's eye going. He's ahead 2-0. The Kernels have a tall right-hander up in their bullpen. Only thing I forgot for opening day was my binoculars, Bob.
That's T.J. Stanton, I believe.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, you forget your binoculars, and you're at the mercy of good eyesight, and I'm not blessed with that. Ball 3 to Sean. He's reached twice today. Walked and scored the only Kernel run of the afternoon in the first. Bunted his way on in the third. 2-1 King County. And ball 4 to Rodriguez. Bob, would you expect Bobby Magallanes, even with the cleanup batter Peel at the plate, to see if Sean can steal a base?
I expect Bobby to try and take a base at any time, because that's the modus operandi of Anaheim and of Cedar Rapids, and Bobby likes that, especially early in the year. The more throws you can get for more plays for young players, there's a shot they may not do it. There he goes. He's picked off.
The throw to second, and Sean beat the throw. He was picked off, Bob, but the key was that the pitcher, Ryan Ford, threw high and away to the first baseman. The throw sailed, and Everidge's throw to second was a good one, but late.
Another thing that Ford did not do, he did not charge towards the runner. That's number one. You've got to charge over there towards the runner and then make him commit, and then you can throw.
Now a base hit by Aaron Peel would tie this game. Sean Rodriguez, as Bob said, appeared to be picked off, but he winds up being credited with a stolen base because Ryan Ford failed, as Bob noted, to run right at Rodriguez. Ford was a little bit lackadaisical and lobbed it over to first. The throw sailed on him, and Sean beat the peg to second. Now Aaron Peel is ahead 2-0. Nothing doing in the Cougar bullpen, and as Bob said, T.J. Stanton is warming up down the right field line for the Kernels, a right-hander. Aaron Peel, the cleanup batter, has singled and walked this afternoon. A base hit would tie this game. Ball 3, as the lefty Ford looked like he turned that ball over a little bit, Bob, and tried to get Peel to pull an outside pitch.
After getting the first two hitters very easily, he's started here to aim the ball a little bit.
The Cougar lefty is behind 3-0 to the Colonel cleanup man, and he walks. Aaron Peel draws a walk, and that free pass is the fourth of the day issued by lefty Ryan Ford. And, well, Bob and Scott said it earlier, two-out magic is what produces most of the runs in baseball, and a two-out RBI chance for the number 5 hitter Jordan Renz. But first of all, a visit to the Hill, the second of the afternoon, by the pitching coach for the Cougars, Gavin Alston.
And we're going to get action in the Cougar bullpen.
Yep, that's what's happening right now, Bob. A right-hander is up.
Jared Trout, 6 feet, 175-pound right-hander out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. Was at Kane County last year.
Just starting to warm up. The Kane County bullpen is right below the lawn section here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. And, Bob, we've remarked on how impressive a crowd we have here this afternoon. And there are some kids out on that lawn section just having a real good time soaking in the sun.
And running.
Yeah, getting their exercise. The hot corner grill is in full swing above the third base seats. What a good day it's turned out to be. If we could just crank that wind down a few notches, it would be ideal. But for April 7th, we will take this and be very happy. Rodriguez running, pitch in the dirt. Now a throw to second. Peel is safe. Bob, a double steal. There's Bobby Magallanes executing the Angel blueprint of aggressive base running. Now, Peel, I'm not sure if he was part of the double steal. It was Rodriguez who took off initially, and then the catcher, Padron, threw down to second, not in time to get the back man, Peel. Now a base is open. Do the Cougars pitch to Jordan Renz, who has the only Colonel RBI today. Ground ball to third, off the third baseman's mitt for an error. This game is tied at 2. A boot by Myron Leslie, and the Kernels have broken through for their first run since the first inning. Renz reaches on an error at third by Myron Leslie. Bob, it looked like a routine play.
Well, that was the problem with it for the third baseman. He tried to nonchalant it, and consequently, ball hit the heel of his glove, bounced up in the air and away from him, and a runner scored. Runner from second goes to third. Runners at first and third. Game tied at 2-2 in the last half of the fifth inning, so we start over again with Madrigal as a hitter.
And let's not underestimate the value of the double steal. Scoring on the air, Rodriguez. Peel goes to third. And a ball in the dirt to Warner Madrigal. Warner could give the Kernels the lead here in the bottom of the fifth inning. He's 0-for-2. A ground ball back to the mound and a weakly hit dribbler to short. Ball 2 up and away, and it looks like Ryan Ford has just about had it, Bob.
And let's say, too, that with 2 out, working a double steal upset Kane County just enough that they fumbled the next ground ball.
I think that's the difference. Warner Madrigal stands straight as a board at the plate. The right-handed batter cuts on a changeup and chased the pitch that was high and outside, and it's strike one to Warner Madrigal. Physicians Clinic of Iowa, proud to be aboard the Kernel and Anaheim Angel bandwagon as our surgical team professionals this season. Quality health care close to home. Physicians Clinic of Iowa. They have almost 50 board-certified physicians who provide quality care in over 11 specialties. Physicians Clinic of Iowa. Dr. David Terse, our team physician. Strike two call to Madrigal. Deuces wild. 2-2 to Warner. 2 out, 2 on, and the pitch almost hit Warner Madrigal. A terrific stop back there, Bob, by Raul Pardran to prevent a wild pitch.
Now it's 3-2 with 2 on and 2 out, and the game tied at 2.
Warner Madrigal broke a hamate bone in his right hand. The first game of last season, didn't play until late season. A tap to first, and that'll end the inning. A big hop for Everidge, and Tommy Everidge makes the play unassisted. A bouncer to first. Warner Madrigal unable to give the Kernels the lead, but the Kernels cash in a couple of walks, a double steal, and an error to tie the game. 1 run on no hits, 1 Cougar error, and the Kernels leave a pair, have stranded 7. As we head to the top of the 6th inning in the Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question, it's now the Kernels 2, the Cougars 2. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was a news anchor for Channel 2. You may also have seen me driving around Cedar Rapids in my Honda Accord. Well, I've retired from broadcasting, but I haven't given up my Honda. For years, I've told friends they should consider owning a Honda, specifically from Randy Keel Honda. Randy is a local dealer with 13 years of experience in matching drivers to the right vehicle. He has a fine selection of new Hondas, as well as quality pre-owned vehicles. And more than just a reliable service department, Randy Keel Honda offers Honfidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty on every new vehicle sold. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. And you can do more homework by logging on to Randy's website at www.randykeel.com. I'm a satisfied Honda owner, and I'm sure you will be too. See Randy Keel Honda today on Centerpoint Road Northeast.
ESPN Classic.
Get the network that brings you the greatest sports in history.
From Namath to Koufax.
From McEnroe to Jordan.
The greatest heroes.
In their greatest games.
Plus, the Emmy and Peabody Award-winning Sports Century.
Revealing profiles inside the lives of legends.
And real classics.
Movies for sports fans every Sunday night.
No wonder the LA Times calls ESPN Classic the best channel on television.
To get ESPN Classic, call your local cable or satellite provider now.
Meet me at the stadium. That's what we invite you to do all spring and summer long. We're having a lot of fun, a great opening game, 2-2 through 5 innings. Bob Brooks is with us, and I'm John Rogers. We'll have our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question for you in the top of the 6th inning. Jesse Smith has pitched an inning and a third of scoreless relief, and relief of Fernando Rodriguez, the Kernel starter. Chris Treidel will be first up to face Jesse Smith as the wind continues to whip in above the 403 mark in right center. Swing and a miss by Treidel. Bob, I've been lucky enough to follow and see Chris, not often, but at least the 8 or 12 games we play Kane County the last 3 seasons, and he's such a good-looking kid physically that you just keep rooting for him to kind of find what he is capable of doing, and he skies one foul off to the right. He's in the hole 0-2. There are all sorts of people in this area that would love to see him in a Hawkeye uniform, but he's put his dedication towards his pro baseball career.
Well, we all wish him well. I hope he has a very good year with Kane County, because I know when you take a look at that man at the plate, you say, there is a ball player.
Right-handed batter, uses a brown-colored bat. Jesse's 0-2 to Treidel, and it's punched foul over the plaza section down the right field line.
In talking to some of the scouts, they claim that, and I know I talked to Chris last year, too, and he said that they told him to just keep that swing because he had a good enough swing and cut, and his mechanics were good enough that the hits would come. And so far, we've been, and I'm sure Chris has been waiting longer than we have with a great deal of frustration, too, because he knows he has the tools.
Well, in 2001, he was the Arizona Rookie League Player of the Year. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jesse Smith now has racked up his 4th strikeout. Chris Treidel is nothing for 3 on the day. And with the score tied at 2, it's Gregorio Petit. Petit, the number 9 hitter, is grounded to third and walked. The hits are even at 6 apiece. We're tied at 2-2, and each team has committed an error. Kane County has left 8 aboard. The Kernels have stranded 7. Petit's a right-handed batter. Strike 1 from Jesse Smith. Oh, Bob, you mentioned during the South Slope Communications Triple Play show before the first pitch this afternoon how fortunate we are to have the host family program so much a part of the recent tradition in our relationship with Anaheim. And I want to echo what you said. For these kids to be able to go to an actual home after every game and have the refrigerator full and a real living room that's furnished, it just, a ground ball to third, cut off by Freddie Sandoval, and he wings the throw across the diamond to get Petit 2 away here in the top of the 6th inning. It just is one less thing. You mentioned how much frustration and how hard this game is to learn. It's one less thing these young guys have to even think about.
Well, it gives them a sense of entitlement, of being a part of it, and immediately you start to build that friendship that lasts a long period of time.
It sure does. A lot of our host families are still friends with these fellas, whether they make it all the way to Anaheim or go another direction. Ball 1, a changeup from Jesse to Nicholas Blasey. He's been a handful today. He's walked twice, stolen a base, and singled. He lifts one foul off to the right. I thought it'd be fun on our inaugural Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question to focus on opening day, and we'll do that in a moment. The Springhouse was in the news a week and a half ago, and you know why. President Bush decided he'd have his Cedar Rapids stop and visit include a meal at the Springhouse, and that was fun for everyone at the Springhouse. A curve is low. The only thing I'm still fuming about is I didn't manage to pry it out of Lester Schmitz. I had breakfast with Lester 2 weeks before the president's visit, and Bobby never let on.
No, I'm sure he didn't. That was a great thing for the folks out there. It's been a tradition in Cedar Rapids, so the president recognized that, and the visit occurred, and those visits never occur without a great deal of commotion.
And secrecy preceding the commotion.
Yep.
Strike 2, and the count is full to Nicholas Blasey. Our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. The first opener held outside of North America involved the Cubs and Mets in the year 2000. What country was that opening game played in? The 3-2. Ooh, it just missed outside. Blasey, the leadoff man, or Blasey rather, reaches for the 4th time in a row as he walks. Our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. The year 2000 marked the first Major League opening game outside the North American continent. It took place between the Mets and Cubs. What country was that game played in? You can mull that over. Our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. Bob, we have a change on the hill for the Kernels.
I presume this is Stanton.
Listen to the hand for Jesse Smith.
Jesse did well. The starting pitcher, Rodriguez, did well. Here we have, they've given up only 6 hits, the 2 of them, so both of Rodriguez had more control trouble than Smith had.
Well, Jesse goes an inning plus 2 outs, or 3 outs, so he goes 2 innings. And Jesse Smith, in those 2 innings, did not give up a run. He is responsible for the go-ahead run at first, Nicholas Blazy. Jesse Smith, 2 innings pitched, so far no runs on 2 hits. Jesse fanned 4 in 2 innings, and he walked 1. We'll give you the number to call at the end of this Kane County 6th inning. There are 2 out. The Cougars and Kernels are tied at 2, and right-hander, as Bob said, T.J. Stanton, a big right-hander, has come on for the Kernels. Let's give you that Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question again. In the year 2000, the Mets and Cubs made history. The season opener was played between those 2 clubs, the first Major League opener outside the North American continent. So in other words, it wasn't played in Mexico or Canada. What country was that historic game played in? We'll give you the phone number after the Cougars complete their top of the 6th inning.
T.J. Stanton is 6'4", 230, out of Port St. Lucie in Florida. Was independent last year, played at Winnipeg.
Well, you know, Bob, one of the best guys the Angels ever signed out of that independent league rank was Sean Wooten. He played for Moose Jaw in a defunct independent league, and Woot went on and had a great postseason with the 2002 World Champion Angels. The first pitch to Kevin Melillo, a left-handed batter. Instead, Stanton tosses to first, and diving back in is Nicholas Blazy. Tying run at first, 2 away, top of the 6th inning. T.J. Stanton, as Bob said, a big, tall kid, 6'5". Comes set at the letters and misses outside a ball to the left-handed batter, Melillo, Melillo.
We were talking the other day about prospects and signees as pitchers. If you're not 6'3" these days, they don't look at you really.
And Bob, that's unfortunate.
It is. It's one of the vogues of baseball.
Exactly, the newest thing. And they talk about...
There have been great pitchers who've been 5'10".
Well, let me...
Or less.
Bob, I want you to talk about one I remember vaguely, Bobby Shands. He was 5'6". New York Yankee lefty. You're right. Don Sutton wasn't a big guy, and he's in the Hall of Fame. Don Sutton, I think, was 5'11". Strike 1 on the outside edge. Yeah, Bob, it's all about that.
Koufax wasn't any... I don't think he was any more than 6'2".
No. Oh, there's so many of them. Claude Osteen was not a big guy, a lefty. Harvey Haddix wasn't a big guy.
No, Harvey was small.
Bobby Shantz is the smallest I remember at about 5'6" or 7". The 1-1 now. Instead of throw to first. Still sunshine and blue skies here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, opening day. Great, you've invited us into your office, your home, your place of work.
Your car?
Your car, you bet. Here in the zone. Melillo waits patiently. Runner not going. Swing and a tip foul. That one bit Tommy Duenas a little bit on the inner thigh, but Tommy's fine.
The wind is not blowing quite as strong from center field as it was at the noon hour.
It took a while to get that sun to come out, but it's in great abundance now. Way off the line at third, 30 feet off the third base side is Freddie Sandoval. They play Melillo to pull, does the left side of the Colonel infield. Big lead by Blazy. Big lead. Is Nicholas going? Draws a throw, and he's backhand first. Well, remember, we will give you that number to call for your chance to earn the $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse at the end of this Cougar 6th. We're knotted at 2 in the top of the 6th. Big lead at first by Blazy. He's not running. And a nubber foul off the railing of the Cougar third base dugout. Yeah, Bob, it's a shame that if any scout would ever just write a kid off because he's not 6'4" or 6'5". Look at Greg Maddox.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're right, though. It's kind of the new vogue to get big, strapping hurlers. Old country farm boys, they used to call them. Strike 3 called! An animated delayed ruling by Grant Menke. He punched out Kevin Melillo, who's down on strikes for the third time. And the Kernels weather a 2-out threat by the Cougars. No runs, no hits, no Kernel errors. Kane County leaves another. They've stranded 9. The number to call to take your crack at that Springhouse restaurant trivia question, 896-7589. 896-7589. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's the Kernels 2, the Cougars 2, and this is Kernel baseball in the zone.
Hometown Restyling. For all your remodeling needs, satisfaction is guaranteed. Hometown Restyling specializes in all of your home's interior, exterior needs. Come and visit one of our showrooms, one in Hiawatha, one in Coralville, and see the possibilities. Windows, siding, sunrooms. Please call 378-1221. Hometown Restyling. There's no place like home.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
How do people react when they get a 4-star hotel for a 2-star price on Hotwire.com? Let's find out.
Gary, I booked a hotel in San Francisco for Sally's wedding.
Really?
Yeah. Travelocity had a 4-star for $199 a night, and Orbitz also had one for $199. But Hotwire had a 4-star in Union Square with a pool.
So we're not staying with your parents?
For just $101 a night.
101? Yes! No parents, no mothballs, no seeing your dad in a bathrobe. Hotwire.com. Log on and get a great hotel for less. Based on February 2005 comparisons, not including taxes or fees. Prices subject to change and availability.
Here we are back for baseball on opening day at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. John Rogers with Bob Brooks. Scott Unash will hitch his wagon to the microphone in the next inning. So we've got plenty of baseball left for you this afternoon. A new hurler's come on for Kane County. That's Jared Trout. And he'll face the lower third of the Kernel order, starting with Clifton Remole, R-E-M-O-L-E, who has bunted his way on and tapped back to the mound. Strike 1 from Jared Trout. He pitched in 28 games as a Cougar last year, 27 of them as a starter, and he went 7-10. Remole's in the hole 0-2 as he lifts one foul over the screen. Well, Bob, a familiar name is our winner of the $5 gift certificate from the Springhouse. The first opening game for the majors outside the continent was in the year 2000. A looper to short, past the diving shortstop, Petit into left, and an 0-2 pitch. Remole, Bob, cut his stroke down and just served it ever so softly into the hole, past short into left.
Nice bit of hitting. The ball came in high, and he went the opposite way with it and just poked it up there.
Just poked it into left. The answer to our Springhouse trivia question, the Mets and Cubs opened the 2000 season, the first ever Major League opener outside the North American continent. They played in Japan. Bob, do you remember that?
Yes, they played in Tokyo.
Yes, the Tokyo Dome. And Dick Dirks earned the $5 gift certificate from the Springhouse. Bob, I thought that might elicit a response. Dick's a good friend, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And besides that, he's a good patron of the restaurant.
Yes, he is. He's a regular at the Springhouse. The Tokyo Dome. A high pop foul over the backstop and out of play by Tommy Duenas.
If it had to do with the Cubs, why, the doctor'd be in there. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Dick. We had a caller that had a great guess. He guessed Puerto Rico was the first game played outside the North American continent in the year 2000, an opener, but a great guess, but it was Tokyo, Japan.
Well, Major League Baseball is figuring out ways to tap the international market.
Including, there was a lot of folks that thought the Expos would wind up in Monterrey, Mexico, rather than Washington, D.C.
The White House wasn't going to let that happen. If you want to know why Washington has a ball club, you can look to Pennsylvania Avenue, 1600.
Former owner of the Texas Rangers. A high drive to center, Treidel back, Wind holds it up, Chris glasses down, snares it. Tommy Duenas hit that 0-2 pitch well, but it just was completely enveloped, Bob, by that strong wind.
You're not going to get a ball like that to go to the fence today.
And Tommy hit it pretty well.
Number 9, Senator Richard Giannotti.
Greta Van Fleet is up here, and
Greta helps me with everything, Bob.
Well, she helps everybody with everything.
Yeah, she's phenomenal. Hall of Famer.
Yes, she is. And rightly so.
A pitch out. And ball one to Richard Giannotti. He's hit into a double play, caught looking on strikes, 0 for 2. Go ahead, run it first for the Kernels. Bottom of the 6th inning with a 2-2 opening day score.
Well, Bobby Magallanes has tried a double steal, a single steal. He's had the double steal work. The single didn't. We'll see what happens here.
A late swing and a miss by Giannotti. Richard, a switch hitter, is even on the count, 1-1. Even with the bag at third and 15 feet off the third base line is Myron Leslie. Chris Treidel shading Giannotti to hit the other way in left center. Richard with an extremely open stance, his belly button pointing toward the third baseman. Swing and a miss, a delayed steal, and it is going to be successful. The ball dribbles into center field, and holding on wisely at second with a stolen base is Remole, and Bob, I think a good throw might have had him.
It would seem that had the throw been right on the money, it would have been an out, but instead it gives the Kernels the opportunity for the lead.
Bob, it was a delayed steal, I thought.
Yes.
And it was a pitch outside, a perfect one, or actually it was a strike. So Giamatti in the hole, but a chance for the Kernel number 9 hitter to put the Kernels out front, 2-2 the score. Richard Giannotti takes low, ball 2 from the right-hander, a starter in Kane County's rotation last year, Jared, J-R-E-D, Trout. He's a right-hander, and he's 23 years old. At second, the go-ahead run, Remole. Giannotti patiently watches ball 3 sail high and outside. This crowd is ready to burst at the seams if the Kernels can break the tie here in the bottom of the 6th. Clifton Remole at second. Ball 4! The number 9 hitter, Richard Giannotti, draws a big walk. And now with 2 on and 1 out, Bob, I have a sneaking suspicion Bobby Magallanes may run again. He may set the runners in motion again.
Second baseman, Josh LeBlanc.
LeBlanc, the leadoff batter, nothing for 3 today.
Popped out and grounded out, hadn't had the ball really out of the infield. So we'll see what Bobby does here. Being the gambling runner he is, why, he might try and advance him by way of a bunt, even though there is 1 out.
Fastball is high from Jared Trout. He went to the University of Rhode Island.
Giannotti used good balance down there at the plate. He kept a good eye on the ball, hitting from the left side, being a switch hitter.
Fastball taken outside. It's 2-0 to Josh LeBlanc. He steps out and takes a good look at Bobby Magallanes, flashing signs from his third base coaching perch. 2-2 the score, bottom of the 6th inning. Again, congratulations to our Springhouse Restaurant trivia question winner, Dick Dirks. There's a strike, a slider on the inside edge to the left-handed hitting Colonel leadoff batter, LeBlanc.
Well, now that LeBlanc has taken a strike, 2-1 could be the pitch of action here.
And by that, Bob means the runners may be going. Remolay at second, Giannotti at first. LeBlanc stands straight away from the left side and waits as the pitcher Trout steps off and fakes the throw to the shortstop covering second. Wind still blowing in hard from center field. Flag at half-mast to honor the passing of Pope John Paul. The funeral's tomorrow and security is tight in Rome. Fastball upstairs. It's 3-1 to Josh LeBlanc. Bob, I never got to see a Pope in my lifetime.
Neither have I.
You've seen a lot of great people. I wondered if you'd ever had that honor.
No, I have not.
With 2 on and 1 out in the 6th, and the score tied at 2, a whirl and a spinning throw to second. Good timing by the Cougars, but sneaking back in head first, the lead runner, Clifton Remolay for the Kernels. Al Smith of our board of directors that didn't see the Pope a week and a half ago. He saw the president on his visit to Cedar Rapids. Trout to the leadoff man. High, ball 4. They're loaded up for Freddie Sandoval. Bob, sometimes I wonder, with a wind coming in as briskly as it is today, can that even affect a pitcher's delivery?
Oh, yes. I would say both ways. If it's blowing out, sometimes it has an effect. Yeah.
I just wonder about that.
Just like it has an effect on fly ball.
I really think the wind may be affecting the flight pattern of Trout's pitches. Not to...
Well, he's been continually hot.
You're right. So the pitching coach is out for the 3rd time, Garvin Alston for Kane County. They're loaded up for the Kernels. 4, Freddie Sandoval. Remolay at 3rd. Giamatti at 2nd. LeBlanc at 1st. Bottom of the 6th, the game tied at 2. Opening day. Jared Trout is set, the first pitch. Just upstairs for a ball. The starter, Ryan Ford, went 5 innings, giving the Kernels 2 runs on 6 hits. He fanned 3. He walked 4. He cannot win. He cannot lose.
Now there's 1 out, bases loaded, and this is a big at-bat for the Kernels.
Ball 2 outside, and all of a sudden, Grant Menke, the plate umpire, is shrinking the strike zone, it appears. But the Kernels, as Bob has mentioned, have had some very good at-bats in this 6th inning, hoping to break through and take the lead. Bases loaded, the 2-0. High, ball 3. Three and 0 to Freddie Sandoval. Bob, he may take a pitch or 2.
He would if I was managing.
Let's see what happens. Is he taking? He swings. A double play, ball to short. Throw to second, out. Throw to first, out. Double play. We rolled the dice and got burned. A 3-0 count. We rolled the dice and got burned. A double play. 6-4-3, and that changes the entire complexion and momentum of this afternoon. Freddie Sandoval was turned loose on 3-0, and he wrapped into a 6-4-3 twin killing, and that is a big, big momentum boost to the Cougar corner.
And give Jared Trout credit.
All the credit in the world.
He fished and got a good ground ball for a DP.
After 6, Kernels 2, Kane County 2, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
And it is done. We attack at lunch.
No, they will expect that. We attack at dinner too.
Excellent. They will never expect a second wave of warriors.
We must prepare.
They will be waiting.
With fresh meat and vegetables on a large table.
And we will be swift in our actions.
choosing only the finest of their offerings.
Piling them high in a bowl.
Then cooking them fast on a sizzling grill.
And then we eat.
Gaze upon your fresh meats and vegetables for the final time.
The attack will be successful, and we will be satisfied.
The plan is done.
What are you guys doing?
Oh, hey, Valerie. Yeah, we're just getting ready for lunch at Genghis Grill. You want to go?
Yes, to Genghis Grill. Probably no to you two.
Okay.
She is a spy.
And not nearly as hot as she thinks she is.
Fresh food attack.
Genghis Grill, where Edgewood Road meets Williams Boulevard in Cedar Rapids, next to Gander Mountain.
Attention shoppers, if anyone is missing a rather plump set of love handles, please come to the customer service counter and claim them. The apple love handles were lost in the produce department where their former owner had purchased fruits and veggies to munch on during the big game. Thank you and have a good day.
Small step number 81, snack on fruits and veggies. It's just one of the many small steps you can take to get healthy. Learn more at www.smallstep.gov.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Well, the crowd's still buzzing over the Kernel decision to have a 3-0 count with the bases loaded. Freddie Sandoval was given the green light. He wrapped into a 6-4-3 double play. All the momentum now with Kane County. 2-2 game. Boy, we had the bases loaded, 1 out, a 3-0 pitch, and we turned the batter loose, and you roll the dice, and sometimes you come up winner, and sometimes you turn back. Swing and a miss by Myron Leslie. Number 3 hitter in the Kane County order, leading off the Cougars 7th. 2-2 the score.
Leslie is 6'3", 220, out of Vallejo, Florida. Was at Vancouver last year. Left-handed batter. He puts a pretty menacing look up there.
Yes, he does. The one pitch outside, 1-1, and a high pop-up. As Bob said earlier, every ball in the air,
tough shot,
a true adventure. The shortstop takes charge, Sean Rodriguez. He's one of the leaders on this Kernel team, and he called everybody off, Bob, and in shallow center to the right of the second base side of center field. Rodriguez caught it.
Well, the only Cedar Rapids Kernel error occurred on a misjudged fly ball.
Yes, and that was back in the second inning. An error charge to the center fielder, Giannotti. Ball 1 low from Stanton to Tommy Everidge. Tommy's the cleanup batter. Scott Unash is headed back in the zone to host his 19th hole show this afternoon. A high drive into right center. This one's tailing away from Giannotti, but Richard battling the sun and wind. Bob did a nice job tracking that ball.
Yes, he didn't overrun it. He gauged the wind, and the G-man came through.
Hey, I like that. Richard Giannotti did come through as that ball was slicing away from him in right center. 2 gone, nobody on for Raul Padron. He has one of the Cougar 6 hits today. We're tied at 2, opening day, in the top of the 7th inning. T.J. Stanton, the second Kernel reliever. It was Fernando Rodriguez who started, gave up 2 runs in 3 2/3. Jesse Smith followed with 2 scoreless innings. Stanton deals low to the left-handed hitter Padron. A shot into center, but right at Giannotti. He reaches up and stabs it. That was the best hit ball all day by a Cougar, right on the screws by Raul Padron. He lines to center. What a lift T.J. Stanton gives the Kernels, retiring the side in order, the heart of the order, in the top of the 7th. Everybody on their feet for 7th inning stretch, opening day, New Veterans Memorial Stadium. Kernels 2, Kane County 2. This is Kernel Baseball in the zone.
Stop, folks, stop. This is Scott from Satterley Motor Company, and this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're actually having a sale. You know, we do not have sales every weekend. It's only a couple of times a year. So when we have a sale, it's actually a deal. You actually will save money. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we will have cars for $159 a month, with $159 down. Now, that doesn't sound too good to be true. It sounds reasonable. Most of the customers that buy cars from Satterley Motor Company bought them there before. We like that. We want you to enjoy our experience because it's kind of fun to buy a car at our store. It's not drudgery. I mean, I know some of you just loathe buying cars because it's horrible. But it's not horrible at Satterley Motor Company. And in addition, we're going to offer you a really good price because we're having a sale. Satterley Motor Company, we are on 1st Avenue between Collins and Blair's Ferry Roads. Call us for easy pre-approval at 377-2277. Thanks.
When it comes to retirement planning, think big. Think about an individual retirement account from Farm Bureau Financial Services. Call Mike Fetkether in Cedar Rapids to find out how an IRA can allow you to defer taxes until you retire. You have big plans for retirement. To help you get there, think Farm Bureau Financial Services and call Mike Fetkether in Cedar Rapids. Farm Bureau Financial Services, more than you think. Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, West Des Moines, Iowa.
Kernels come to bat opening day on this beautiful afternoon, tied with Kane County 2 apiece, and a new hurler is on, Bob, for the Cougars, Clay Takata. Clay Takata, T-I-C-H-O-T-A, and Takata will face the middle of the Kernel order. Rodriguez, Peel, and Renz. Takata's a right-hander. What a job Jared Trout did. As Bob said, bases loaded in the Kernel 6, 3-0 count on a batter, and he got a double play. Sean Rodriguez, who has walked twice, scored both Kernel runs, and bunted his way on, takes a curve on the outside edge for strike one. Clay Takata delivers a little chopper up the third base side. Foul ball. 0-2 to Sean Rodriguez. The third baseman, Myron Leslie, who scampered in to field that ball in foul ground, is playing right next to the base, Bob. He could take one step and be in foul ground. Now he backs up to his normal fielding depth, but he's still guarding the line. Still very close to the line is the third baseman, Leslie. Ooh, a fastball just downstairs for ball one to Sean.
When a team breaks out in spring training and comes to start a season, the pitchers are usually well ahead of the hitters, and that would be the indication here today, too, even though there have been 13 hits in the game, 7 by the Kernels, only 1 hit for an extra base.
Ball 2 low to Sean Rodriguez. Ball 3 is just downstairs. MVP of the Pioneer League in Provo, Sean Rodriguez.
But he played some 67 games here in Cedar Rapids last year.
And he smashes one into right. Sean Rodriguez reaches for the 4th time. Wow, what a beginning of this season for the MVP from Provo in the Pioneer League, Sean Rodriguez. He was in the hole 0-2. He ran the count full, and then he went the other way and bashed it into right for a leadoff single, and Sean may be running.
Good piece of hitting. He's walked twice, scored twice, and had 2 singles.
And he's stolen 2 bases. Aaron Peel, the cleanup man, may be bunting. Hit and run may be on. Aaron's not bunting, and a changeup is in on the inside edge, strike one. Peel is singled and walked twice. 2-2 the score. Bottom of the 7th inning. Clay Takata misses low with another changeup. Clay is 6'4", 210, and he's from Colorado. Oakland's 17th round pick last year.
Also a Vancouver grad.
I want to pick up on something you said about Vancouver in a moment, Bob. Peel swings late and misses. I've had the privilege of being there, and I want to agree with you. It is one of the world's most beautiful cities. About a 3-hour train ride from Seattle. Lots of big, tall glass buildings in Vancouver, a park called Stanley Park. Very friendly people up there. There goes Rodriguez, and a pitch is looped off to the right foul. The Kernels were playing hit and run, Bob.
Yes, they were. And now a left-hander has started to warm up with a right-hander in the Kane County bullpen.
Double barrel action. We're tied at 2 in the 7th. Meet me at the stadium. That's what we'd like you to do this weekend. Weather's supposed to be terrific. Meet me out here. Bob will be here. South Slope Communications triple play show tomorrow at 6:10.
Nick Touchstone to be the starting pitcher.
Big lefty. Helped us down the stretch last year. A pitch out. Rodriguez draws a throw, and back in a cloud of dust is Sean. 2-2 to Aaron Peel. Yeah, Bob, Vancouver is... Have you ever heard of Whistler Mountain? It's a ski resort up there. They come from all over the world to ski at Whistler Mountain near Vancouver. The 2-2 to Aaron Peel. Checked his swing, pitch in the dirt, held up according to the base umpire, Victor Carapazza. Now, Bob, with the score 2-2 and a full count to your cleanup man, I would expect Rodriguez to be going.
The way things have gone in this game, I would presume so.
Boy, Chris Treidle's playing deep in center for the wind conditions being so strong. There goes the runner, swing and a miss, throw to second, head first slide, Rodriguez steals it. His third stolen base of the day, he's in scoring position. And Bob, you know what I think made the difference is that was an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, he changed up on him and gave him a little sweeping slow curve over the outside corner. He swung at it. Apparently, I would say the hit and run was on.
Yes, it was. And Rodriguez beat the throw from the catcher, Pedron. He's in scoring position. A base hit here by Jordan Renz would likely give the Kernels the lead. Renz, a right-handed batter. Wide stance, wide ash bat. Backs away from a fastball inside. That double barrel action continues in the Cougar left field bullpen. Well, actually now just the lefty is... No, the righty's still throwing as well. Plaza section has a healthy crowd with jackets on. The wind, as Bob said, is lighter now than... Oh, it's wild throw into center field. Rodriguez, the go-ahead run, goes to third. Bob, what in the world went haywire on that pickoff play?
Well, it was miscommunication. The pitcher thought the shortstop was going to sneak over there, and the shortstop thought the pitcher was going to go to the plate with it. Consequently, nobody was at second base except the runner Rodriguez, who skipped on to third after the ball went into center field.
Now a big play, an error on the pitcher forces the Cougars to bring the infield in for the play at the plate. Wren shoots one into right. That's deep enough to get the go-ahead run home. Making the catch is Corey Wayment. Trotting home, Sean Rodriguez slides across the plate. 3-2 Kernels. It's 3-2 Kernels on a sacrifice fly into right field by Jordan Renz, and the error cost the Cougars a run, the go-ahead run. The error has cost the Cougars the go-ahead run. What a great piece of hitting by Renz. Bob, he knew what he needed to get done.
Yes, and he took the pitch where it was pitched and got it up in the air.
Did it beautifully, and the Kernels lead it 3-2 on Jordan Renz's RBI sacrifice fly. It's an unearned run. Oh, that's great to see when you can capitalize on a mistake. The Cougars open the door on the wild pickoff throw to second. It wasn't wild. There was just no one covering second. Swing and a miss, a late swing by Warner Madrigal. Warner's had a tough day at the plate. He just hasn't looked comfortable yet.
No, he hasn't. He's had a couple of weak swings for ground outs.
Madrigal rolling those wrists over. Take strike three called. A letter high, excuse me, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Warner, sorry about that. I didn't mean to punch you out. You're still alive and kicking. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Clay Takata misses low and away. Count even 2-2. Score 3-2 Kernels. Bottom of the 7th.
Kernels have 8 hits. Kane County has 6. Kane County 2 errors. Cedar Rapids 1.
Look out, a pitch smashed foul off the fist of the batter Madrigal in front of the Kernel dugout. Hit the railing.
When you do and swing like that, Madrigal is kind of trying to find his comfort area in the zone and to get a stroke going where he feels confident with it.
Yeah, you're right, Bob. Sometimes you just have to try to make contact like what Warner did. Now he's worked the count full, a curve in the dirt. Beautiful scene as Bob and I watch this game unfold below the skyline of Cedar Rapids on this clear, sunny, windy day. Strike 3 called, outside corner, and that ends the Kernels' 7th. Warner Madrigal rung up, but the Kernels take the lead. 1 run on 1 hit. Sean Rodriguez in the middle of everything today. 1 big Cougar error, their 2nd of the afternoon, and the Kernels leave no one. After 7, it's 3-2 Kernels. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
This is The Herd. The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Hello? Yeah, this is Aaron from Georgia. I just wanted to tell Colin that he's a genius, man.
Oh, hold on. Let me get Colin for you. Stay there. I'll get Colin
right
for you.
next to you.
Hold on. Let me...
Colin, come here.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, go ahead. This is Colin.
Colin, man, you're a genius. I agree totally with you about the pitching stuff.
Thank you. I feel like I'm a genius.
Don't be left out of The Herd. Only on ESPN Radio.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, guys. Sorry I'm late for lunch, but I have a good reason.
Let me guess. New purse, new shoes. Hey, new haircut.
Yeah, I had a change of heart with my hairstyle and stopped by Cost Cutters.
Oh.
So, what you think?
I think it looks great.
I love the color and the layers.
Yeah, I like it and all, but I'm sure you'll change it next week.
Hey, my hair is always a struggle. 1 minute I love it, the next I'm ready for a whole new hair color. Cost Cutters is the only salon that can keep up with my changing style.
Ooh, remember when you had it short and spiky?
Or when it was shoulder length and red.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
You know, I should try shoulder length in red.
Chris?
Yeah,
all I know is that Cost Cutters is the only salon for me.
And me.
Ditto.
Hey, gang, for once we all agree.
Yeah.
Make your neighborhood Cost Cutters the only salon for you and your style. Cost Cutters, just your style. Cost Cutters is proud to support Eastern Iowa's most wholesome, affordable family entertainment, Cedar Rapids Kernels Baseball.
With Bob Brooks alongside, I'm John Rogers, and we are enjoying bringing you fun and baseball here from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. 3-2 Kernels, top of the 8th inning. DJ Stanton, big tall right-hander, the 3rd Kernel pitcher of the day, ready to face the numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the Cougar order. A right-hander stirring in the Kernel bullpen.
And the 2 runs the Cougars have scored have come from the lower part of the order.
And one of the 2 scored by this man, Wes Long. Wes is the DH, singled and scored in the 4th inning. 3-2 Kernels. TJ Stanton busts a strike in at the knees. Way off the line at 3rd is Freddie Sandoval. Yeah, you look out over the center field and right field wall here today, and you can see forever Quaker Oats, the Iowa Realty Building, the Crown Plaza, the Roosevelt Hotel, City Hall, APAC, Great America Leasing, Penford Products,
Mercy Hospital.
What a skyline it is. A curve in the dirt, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Wes Long.
A Great America building.
Yeah, that really glistens in the sun, doesn't it, Bob, with those glass windows? I bet they can give us a wave from up there this afternoon. Ball 2 just missed inside. Outfield plays This right-handed batter to hit the other way just a tad. The center fielder, Richard Giannotti, shading over into right center. Stanton delivers. Ooh, it just missed low, ball 3. Mitch Arnold, the Colonel closer, is loosening up in that right field bullpen. Payoff offering. Loop down the line and right. The wind takes it into foul ground and on to into the plaza section. Bob, I could have sworn that ball started in fair ground.
Oh, it did.
Man, that wind has been a factor all afternoon long. Where's that helicopter that Metro Studios found on the video board? There it is, way over Quaker Oats, heading over the Cedar River. If you're tuned in on the internet, we can tell you that spring hasn't bloomed completely here. The trees surrounding the ballpark are still winter-like. They don't have the green yet. A ground ball hit sharply to second, off the second baseman's glove into right, and that's a base hit. Josh LeBlanc gave it a great try, diving to his left, got a glove on it, but, Bob, it was hit hard.
Yes, it was, and a little bit later in the season, LeBlanc will make that play.
Yeah, I agree.
That was a playable ball.
He just didn't have the range that you're...
Well, the jump on it was not quite what it should have been.
Exactly. Well, now the Cougars may be playing the bunting game with the tying run at first. Corey Weymouth is bunting, and a poor attempt as he bloops it foul over the backstop behind home plate. Yeah, Bob, you'll be driving. I love driving down 3rd Avenue. And once spring comes, all those trees outside the sidewalks just are so pretty. But right now, the trees haven't bloomed yet. Still kind of brown looking. The 0-1. Stanton turns and keeps the runner close. Tosses over there. 1-run game in favor of the Kernels. Top of the 8th inning. And Corey Weymouth waits. A double play ball to short. Throw to second out. On to first, a wild throw, but it hit the railing in front of the Colonel dugout. Bob, it wasn't hit quite hard enough to turn.
The pivot by LeBlanc at second base, he had to hurry it, and the runner was coming into him, and consequently the ball sailed on him and went back toward the Cedar Rapids Kernels dugout.
But the Kernels did get the lead out, the lead runner.
The most important one.
Yes, it went Sean Rodriguez to LeBlanc, and as Bob said, you don't point the finger at Josh. The runner, Long, got right in on Josh, and his throw tailed toward the home plate side of first into the railing of the Colonel dugout. Now the batter, Chris Treidel. He's reached on an error, struck out twice. Center point, native son, time is called. Boy, that's dangerous for that plate umpire to grant time when a pitcher is committed to the delivery. Richard Giannotti is playing Treidel to...
I think the umpire was faked out.
I think so too, Bob. Giannotti playing Treidel to pull in left center. Swing and a miss. Chris Treidel was trying to give the Cougars an immediate 1-run lead with that swing.
Chris, you're not going to be able to hit a home run today. He gave it a home run swing, and I just don't think there's a player here that can get the ball out today.
Swing and a miss.
Change up.
Yeah, he pulled the string on him, Bob. Treidel in the hole, 0-2. The Kernels have not turned a double play today. The Cougars have. 3-2 Kernels, top of the 8th. Treidel with a straightaway stance. Very little bend in his knees. Wears his black socks up high to go along with his white shoes. Down on strike, swinging. TJ got him swinging, Bob, and he never gave him a fastball.
Well, that was Treidel's problem a year ago. He could hit the fastball, but once you changed up on him, why, bingo.
Well, that was a bingo. A strikeout for T.J. Stanton, who now is fan 2 and allowed only one base runner, a leadoff single to Wes Long. who was erased on a forced out. Corey Weymouth, the runner at first, 2 out. For Gregorio Petit, the shortstop, number 9 batter. The deuce is low and away.
We talk about Cedar Rapids not having a double play. Well, we go back to Ibar and Cayespo, and to compare to them, that is not fair.
Not at all. They were extraordinary. A deep drive to left.
I'm wrong.
Down the line. Hits the foul pole, 2-run homer. Hit the foul pole, 2-run homer.
He did get it out.
And it was a good pitch, Bob. He fisted it out. It was up, but it was in on him. A 2-run homer for the number 9 hitter of all people. The number 9 hitter.
Well, wow. I gave him the jinx.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself, Bob. It hit the foul pole. That ball just eked over the 16-foot high wall and left. The Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion hit the foul pole.
That's the shortest home run you can get at Veterans Stadium.
And it was hit by the number 9 hitter. Wow. Tough break, and it's 4-3 Kane County.
Well, Kane County, last year, that was their story, too. The big hit and the crucial hit. But Cedar Rapids can get back on them in the last half of the 8th inning.
Top of the 8th, the Cougars have vaulted ahead by 1 on the 2-run homer. A ground ball foul picked up by the Cougar skipper. Bob, there are a lot of Kane County fans that made the 3-hour, 45-minute drive west to come here and greet their Cougars. There's a good contingent of Cougar fans in that third base side.
Well, it's a wonderful area where the Kane County ballpark is.
8 million people in that area. Curve and a strike called. Chicagoland is big.
Yes, it is.
The 1-2.
And Kane County prices are much better than Cub White Sox prices.
You bet they are. Nicholas Blazes, the batter, and we're trying to retire him for the first time today. He's walked, singled, and walked. He's the leadoff man.
That's another thing I'd like to say about this ballpark and about the Kane County Park, too, is that we have everything that a Major League ballpark has. Everything. But we just don't have that much of it.
Well, that's exactly right, Bob. All the good, like free parking and $600,000 scoreboard and fun, entertainment. The dugouts, Tony Regans, our Anaheim Angel player development director, said our dugouts are better than most big league dugouts for the players.
They are.
3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Well, you don't blame T.J. Stanton for giving up the lead. He was a victim of a little bit of bad luck. But the Cougars, on a 2-run, 2-out, 2-run homer by their number 9 hitter, take the lead. We go to the home half of the 8th. Kane County now ahead by 1, 4-3. You're listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Multitasking is today's buzzword. We're parents, employees, board members, spouses, caregivers. The list goes on. Your local Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, is great at multitasking, too. Sheets Forest Draper will find the right insurance coverages for you. See Scott Draper of Sheets Forest Draper for coverages on your home, auto, life, health, and business. Finding the right insurance is one less task for you to do when you depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
People say that I can't decide things. They are so wrong, but I could be wrong about that.
A U.S. Bank check card with checking that pays gives you a choice of rewards, like cash, points for merchandise and gift certificates, World Perks miles, or even sweepstakes entries.
Easy decision. I'll take the cash. No, it's a sweep.
Sign up at your local U.S. Bank or call 1-800-720-BANK.
I've made up my mind to put off my decision. That is final.
U.S. Bank.
No, wait.
See banker for complete details. Member FDIC.
What is ESPN Radio? It's not that hard. You're a sports fan? This is the sports station. It's ESPN. That means sports. The games, the experts, the analysis, the scores, the highlights, the people who know their stuff. It's good conversation. It's ESPN. It's radio. You know, the box that all the sounds come out of. At your home, in your car, where you work, even in your computer. It's everywhere you go. It's radio. It's ESPN. It's ESPN Radio. That's all it is.
A big lefty will face the Kernels in the bottom of the 8th. It's 4-3 Cougars. James Heiser. Heuser. It'll be the lower third of the Kernel order to face James Heiser. Bob, I want to get back to the remark you made about what a wonderful thing minor league baseball is because of the smaller scale. Not only are the ticket and concession prices family friendly, not only is the parking free, at least here, and because the players haven't made big names for themselves yet, it is very appealing as a form of entertainment because it's more than just baseball when you come to a minor league game.
Well, and the players are more accessible, and
you can see the color of their eyes, and you can hear the umpire bellow out the call. You can reach out and touch the field. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cliff Remily. Left-handed batter facing a left-handed pitcher, and there's strike 2 called on the outside corner to Remily.
We've been talking a lot on this opening afternoon about height and weight and the bigness of ball players these days.
Remily smashes one into the gap in right center. He may try to stretch it into a double. Cut off by the right fielder. The throw to second. Not in time! How about Cliff Remily against the left-handed batter on a 2-strike pitch? He hammered it, Bob, into the right center field gap.
Yes, he did. He had good wood on it, and Tweener got him to second base. The Kernel's second double of the game, and for Remily, his third hit. He's had 2 singles, a stolen base, and a double.
And Bob, just before that leadoff double by Remily, you were making a point about the size of the modern-day player.
Yes, and I was going to talk about Petit, who hit the home run. He's massive, 5'10", 160. And he's, against this wind, he comes up and hits a 315-foot home run. The difference in the game now, but thanks to Cliff Remily, the Kernels are charging. The Kernels have the tying run at second with nobody out, and the Cougars go to their bullpen. Boy, it was Heiser's job to get the left-handed batter, and he could not do it. And Bob, again, without my binoculars, I'm at your mercy. I think this is Robert Semerano. Right-hander Robert Semerano takes over. You know, another great thing about the minor league experience, Bob, besides the characteristics we've highlighted, is that you always have a chance to leave a ballpark like this with a memory, whether it be walking in and seeing the green grass for the first time, whether it be sharing a hot dog with your dad and him explaining to you why a ball that hits the foul pole is fair, and I couldn't explain that to a kid. I never have understood that. Or like you said, getting a chance to, well, how about running the bases after every Sunday game? There's so many things, and we're not knocking the big league experience because it is what it is. It's the big leagues, but there's so many pluses to what we have to offer here in the Midwest League. Yes, it's a great place to grow up.
Exactly. And I have run into countless Cedar Rapidians who have such fond memories of the old Veterans Memorial Stadium, but are also just gleeful in their pride in this new facility. Especially women. They love the restrooms, Bob.
Well, that's a great improvement, of course.
Yes, it is.
So is the concourse area and the whole situation. Tomorrow, the parking area will be getting a trial because the hockey playoffs start. They'll be going on at the same time as the ball game, and the Kernels wish the Rough Riders well.
Hey, here's a pitch off the catcher's glove high, and Tommy Duenas, who was going to bunt, now won't have to bunt because I'm going to call that a wild or a pass ball. The catcher got a glove on it.
Why, yeah. If there was ever a pass ball, That is one of them.
Bob, he did have to come out of his crouch, but he...
Well, you can't. My land.
I'd call it a pass ball. And at third is Remily as the tying run. Infield halfway now for Tommy Duenas, who's going to try to tie this game up in the 8th inning. Ooh, a good pitch in his wheelhouse, and he stayed on it, but fouled it straight back. Down below she goes. Right below Bob and I.
He might have had a shot at that with a net.
I think so. A little bit of a 5-foot net. We'd have had a shot. A lot of hitting room up the middle for Tommy Duenas, who's trying to tie it here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Ground ball to third, knocked down by the third baseman, tags Remily, not in time. Duenas reaches. Duenas reaches on a grounder to third. Leslie had to backhand it, and Bob, I think he made the only play he could. He tried to get Remily, who crawled back to third underneath his tag. Now, what do you rule that? You almost have to rule it an error or a hit. I don't know which they've ruled it.
Well, I would rule an error on the play.
Bob, they have. They have charged the third baseman with an error. Well, I'm not sure if they have now or not. Well, I'm going to call it an error till told otherwise. Kernels could tie it or take the lead with Richard Giamnotti at the plate. A bunt, and it's foul. It was not a squeeze. It was a safety squeeze.
For an opening game, we've seen a little bit of everything, haven't we?
It's been fun, Bob. That threw me for a loop. I didn't think Richard Giannotti would be bunting. It was not a suicide squeeze. It was a safety squeeze, and it was foul outside third. Well, they're going to rule that ball that Duenas reached on. I believe they're going to rule it a hit, because I don't see a third error up there on the board.
Nope.
A bunt! And I think it's going to work. It does not. It's a barehanded play by the pitcher who throws home for the out. What a play by the pitcher. What a play by Semirano, as Robert Semirano made a barehanded pickup through home and got Remily. Got him.
That is a Greg Maddox defensive performance from the mound.
That was...
Semirano was right there, got on the ball quickly, made an accurate throw, and cut down the runner and had him easily.
Oh, goodness, Bob. What a barehanded play. A la Greg Maddox, as you said, just very good athletic fielding play, a barehanded play to the left of home plate by the pitcher, Robert Semirano, and now it'll take a base hit from Josh LeBlanc. Ball one high. We had runners at first and third, nobody out, and the safety squeeze was thwarted by the pitcher, Semirano. It's Duenas at second and Giannotti at first.
And with only one out.
So still a good chance for the Kernels to tie it or take the lead. A late swing and a miss by Josh LeBlanc. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 4-3 Kane County, bottom of the 8th inning. And the defensive play of the game turned in moments ago by the pitcher, Robert Semirano. Swing and a miss on an 89-mile-an-hour fastball by Josh LeBlanc.
Semirano has some pop on that pitch. It might not go 90, but it's got some hop to it.
Josh LeBlanc walked his last time up, nothing for 3 today. Left-handed batter. With 2 on and 1 out in the 8th inning, we're down by a run. Swing and a miss on a high fastball, and that was a case of Semirano just overmatching the Kernel leadoff batter.
And he got that one timed at 90 miles an hour.
We need a pickup from Freddie Sandoval. Or is this a pinch hitter? Let's see. No, this is Freddie Sandoval. I forgot. The Angels do not believe in pinch hitting at the minor league level. Bobby Magallanes did not pinch hit 1 time last season. Sandoval takes upstairs ball 1. Freddie Sandoval, 1 for 3. Open stance. Batting left-handed. Strike 1 on the outside corner.
Cedar Rapids has had their opportunities to get a bigger lead. They've left 10 men on.
Yes, we have.
Now trailing 4-3.
Ground ball to first. Big charity hop and an underhand toss by Tommy Everidge to the pitcher covering, and boy, did the Kernels have their chance and let it slip away. First and third, nobody out in the 8th inning, and they come up empty. Wow. Well, opening day, we go to the top of the 9th inning, and Kane County holds a 4-3 lead over the Kernels. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's. Better call Papa.
I can't believe I didn't get a warranty on that used car.
I can't believe he didn't get a warranty on our used car.
Come to Jim Miller Nissan Subaru of Cedar Rapids. We'll give you a warranty on most every used car and truck that we sell. We take good care of you.
I can't believe I bought a used car without getting a guarantee. Oh, man.
You should have gone to Jim Miller Nissan Subaru. Jim Miller Nissan Subaru. Buying a used car can be a happy experience.
Boy, did I blow it.
Jack, I got a huge favor to ask you. I can get these scores from the guy on the board. I think Todd's having a...
Does this sound familiar? Let the dog out. Start the coffee. Hop in the shower. Ask yourself why you stayed up so late. Again. Look for that clean shirt. Get dressed. Make sure your socks match. Take a couple aspirin. Pick up the Gazette. Read In the Know for a quick look at the top local and national news. Look at your watch. Chug your coffee. Grab the Gazette as you run out the door. Hey, join the club. That's how a lot of us live today. 2 speeds. Fast and way too fast. Fortunately, the Gazette's ready when you are. At home or at work, during breakfast, or with lunch in the park. Get the news, sports, and entertaining information you need to keep pace.
You want in the game, as far as the Cougars are concerned, a terrific barehanded pickup on a safety squeeze bunt that turned back a Kernel first and third, nobody outscoring chance. In the 8th, ball one high from right-hander Mitch Arnold. Skying one foul into the third base seats, Kevin Melillo. Mitch Arnold is on the hill for the Kernels. Stanton went 2 1/3, gave up 2 runs on only 2 base hits. Here's a shot into right, a sinking liner in front of Madrigal. Peppering one into right for a leadoff single in the Cougar 9th, Kevin Melillo. T.J. Stanton struck out 3 and walked none. Myron Leslie, nothing for 3, walked his first time up. The Cougars may be bunting, although you doubt it with your number 3 hitter up.
It looks as if their philosophy is different than the Cedar Rapids philosophy.
Vastly, just in today's game alone, Bob, we've seen the Kernels bunting, running, putting pressure on the defense, and the Cougars kind of swinging away. Not running as much. Arnold misses low for ball 2. We'll be with you tomorrow at 6:10 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. A tip foul at the feet of Duenas. That one got Tommy in the stomach and took some air out of him. His family always enjoys listening in down in Miami. Nice gesture by the plate umpire Grant Menke to walk the ball out to the mound. Now he dusts off home plate. It's amazing, Bob, about how guys in this game respect and take care of each other.
On occasion.
Well, hopefully at this level we see it more often than not. fact, there's a lot of folks that think that on the pitches inside, a shot to short. Rodriguez stabs and throws to first. There's the double play we've been waiting for. Cole Myron Leslie corks one on a line to Sean Rodriguez. He stabbed it through back behind the runner at first for a 6-3 line-out double play.
I have an idea that was hit and run because the runner at first base had taken off and consequently was in no man's land when Rodriguez made the stab of that hard-hit line drive.
Mitch Arnold delivers up and in to Tommy Everidge. Looking ahead to the Colonel ninth. Heart of the order due up to try to tie it or win it. We're down by a run, 4-3. Ball 2 is low. From Mitch Arnold. There's a strike, a blistering fastball. It's just past 3 o'clock, and you're listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone. John Rogers with Bob Brooks. Scott Unash waiting in the wings for his 19th hole show. Swing and a tip foul, and the count even now to Tommy Everidge at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mitch working quickly. Delivers in the dirt, a full count now.
We were talking earlier about the batters stepping out of the box. The box has about been erased.
There is no box. You're right, Bob. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Mitch Arnold sets things up in a good tone for the Kernels as he pitches around a leadoff single, got a double play. In the ninth, the Cougars, no runs, 1 hit. No Colonel errors, a double play. Nobody left for Kane County. They've left 9. The Kernels have stranded 11 this afternoon. Opening day, we go to the bottom of the ninth. Kane County leads it 4-3. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
For the 7th consecutive year, Toyota Financial Services is encouraging elementary students throughout our community to read this summer. Toyota Financial Services believes that inspiring children to read brings families together, fosters imagination, and enhances knowledge. The Gazette shares Toyota Financial Services' belief in the value of reading. That's why they've teamed up to recognize and reward this summer's readers for their fabulous accomplishments. Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette, proud to stand with our community's children to enrich their lives.
I live for you, I feed your cats, I fold your undies at the laundromat. Unless you want me to have them dry, I get paid for that. I'll work things out, if things get bad. I'll shave my soul patch before I meet your dad. I'll wear a turtleneck to strategically hide my tattoos if I can. I'm quitting the band, cause I'm winning your hand. I'm giving you all my time, but this Dr. Pepper is mine, rich taste, forget it. This Dr. Pepper is mine. One taste and you get it. I'll shop with you, always be true. I'll never share my Dr. Pepper with you. Sorry. This Dr. Pepper is mine. One taste and you get it. So rich. This Dr. Pepper is mine. So refreshing taste, drinking by the case. This Dr. Pepper is mine. Delicious. Isn't even a word.
Number 15.
A new hurler on for Kane County to try to save it. Scott Drucker, D-R-U-C-K-E-R. The 5th relief hurler used by the Cougars is Scott Drucker. Part of the Colonel order, Sean Rodriguez has been a one-man wrecking crew for the Kernels. He scored our 3 runs, stolen 3 bases, and has not been retired this afternoon. Scott Drucker in the ninth. Heaves a strike in on the inside edge. 4-3 Cougars. The outfield plays deep to try to cut off a potential extra base hit. The lines are being guarded. A ground ball off the third baseman's mitt to the shortstop. Throws not in time. Not in time. And how about Sean Rodriguez, Bob? He found a way to get on again.
Yes, he did. Hit the ball sharply, and the third baseman for the Cougars, he's had a rugged afternoon of it.
I couldn't think of the right adjective, Bob, and you did. rugged as what it's been for Myron Leslie down there. He kind of danced around that one. It flicked off his mitt. Now does Aaron Peel bunt? Do you bunt with your number 4 hitter at the plate at home, opening day, down 4-3? The error by the Cougars, their third of the day, the second on the third baseman Leslie. And he could have been charged with another one. Peel bunt. Foul, and that must have nipped the umpire or knocked his mask off. Strike one over the head of the umpire behind home plate. He's chuckling about it. Grant Menke. Four, 3 Cougars, but the Colonel, Sean Rodriguez, reaches for the 5th time today. He's being held by Tommy Everidge. Drucker delivers and a bunt foul into the screen. Strike 2. Boy, you got to get that bunt down if that's what you're committed to, Bob.
Cedar Rapids, as we've indicated earlier and all day, they've had all of these opportunities, and they have not been able to get the crucial play that they need offensively.
Aaron Peel is in an 0-2 hole. Facing a right-hander, Scott Drucker. Bunt attempt. Ooh, I thought he offered at it. High, ball one. How did he pull the bat back in time, Bob? I thought he offered at it.
Well, he was twisting away from a high, tight pitch, so he got the benefit of the doubt.
He did. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Aaron Peel. He singled, walked twice, stolen a base, and struck out. Sean Rodriguez, the tying run at first, nobody out, bottom of the 9th inning, throw to first, and Sean dives back in. Kernels have a right-hander in their bullpen. This game is approaching 3 hours in length, and we're in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cougars lead the Kernels by 1, 4-3. Drucker fires high and in, ball 2 to Aaron Peel, right-handed batter. Rodriguez, a good-sized lead at first. He's not running. A high drive to center. The wind holds it up for Chris Treidel. Shading his eyes. He lost it. He lost it. Rodriguez to third. Into second. Aaron Peel. Bob. Chris Treidel lost it to Sun.
He shaded his eyes. He thought he had it. Then he took 2 steps away, and the ball dropped. He never, when it started its downward flight, he lost the track of the ball.
Bob, the Kernels have a chance to tie or win the game here in the 9th inning. And out comes the pitching coach. It'll be an error. It will not be an error charged on Chris Treidel. It's a gift double for Aaron Peel.
No touch, no play on the ball.
That's right. Now, the Kernels had runners at first and third with nobody out in the 8th inning and did not score. Here they have runners at second and third with nobody out.
And we'll see Chris Treidel wears the goat horns in this game.
Boy, you hate to have to.
It's just too bad, but the wind today has been very difficult.
And the sun in that case, Bob.
Yes, and it's a high sky today.
Here's Jordan Wren. He could win it with a base hit. He could tie it with a fly ball or ground ball. Jordan Wren. Strike 1 called from Drucker. Scott Drucker trying to pitch around an error and then a misplay that was a double off the bat of Aaron Peel.
The Kane County Cougars are playing this straight up.
Yeah, they do not bring the infield in. Ooh, swing and a miss on a high fastball. Jordan Wren could not lay off.
Madrigal will be next.
What will the score be when Warner steps in? It's 4-3 Cougars right now. Bottom of the 9th. The Kernels have the tying run at third, Peel, or Rodriguez. The winning run at second, Peel. A pitch in the dirt will tie the game. Here comes Rodriguez. We're tied.
Still hadn't found
Here
the ball.
comes the next runner. Throw home. He is out. He is out. Peel out at the plate. We're tied in the ninth, 4-4. Peel tried to score all the way from second on the wild pitch, and we are tied. Now, Bob, you can question Peel trying to score. Our listeners heard you say they still haven't found the ball. Was it a worthy gamble?
In retrospect, no.
Right, but we're Monday morning quarterbacks.
That's right.
So we'll take Aaron Peel being out at the plate, but Rodriguez scores, and we're tied in the ninth, 4-4. It was the pitcher, I think, that finally found the ball. Now Renz takes high, and the scoreboard is out of whack. We are tied on a wild pitch. Peel tried to score all the way from second and was thrown out. I'm going to score it 1-2, pitcher to catcher. It may have been the first baseman that picked up that ball in front of the Kernel dugout. Now a swing and a tip into the mid of the catcher, strike 3, 2 out in the ninth inning. We're tied at 4. Bob, we knew at noon that we were in for unpredictable fun today, and it has met our expectations.
And beyond.
And beyond. All right, Warner Madrigal may be going for the pump here, even though that wind is still blowing in. Remember, it was a 2-run dinker off the foul pole that gave Kane County the lead back in the 8th inning. The Kernels have scrambled to tie it here, thanks to some help from the Cougars. In the ninth, we're tied 4-4. Oh, brother, what a humdinger for an opening day game. Before 1,757, a high pop-up. This will be an adventure near the Kernel dugout. The first baseman and catcher come together. It drops, and Madrigal has another chance.
Catcher had no business in that area. The first baseman had the ball. He was coming after it, and he had the angle on it and should have been able to make the play, but the catcher got in his way.
And another misplay that won't be charged as an error, but the Cougars, as Bob aptly described, kind of mishandled that play. It gives Warner Madrigal, who's in the hole 0-2, another crack at her. Scott Drucker, that is. Curve. Warner held up, ball 1. Well, there have been 19 hits, 4 errors, 8 runs.
Yes, this is the opening of a minor league season.
Ground ball hit sharply to third, booted by the third baseman, spins and throws, not in time. The third error of the afternoon by poor Myron Leslie at third.
Myron hadn't been able to pick up the ball yet.
Oh, he's had, as you said, Bob, a rugged go of it there at the hot corner. And let's give these guys all the slack that they deserve. It's nerve-wracking to play in your first game in the Midwest League. The conditions are not ripe for sharp defense with the sun and the wind. And it's probably been 4 or 5 days, Bob, since these guys have seen live baseball. They didn't take infield or batting practice, and Bob and I are not being critical. We're just reporting as we see. It's been a rough day in the field for a lot of folks. Ball 1 low to Clifton Remley.
Including up here in the press box.
Exactly. We're right there with the players. It's been a lot of fun, but we've had our adventures up here as well. 4-4, bottom of the ninth. The Kernels have scored a run. It all started when the third baseman Myron Leslie kicked a ground ball off the bat of Rodriguez. Sean scored on a wild pitch. Ooh, a backdoor curve just missed, and it's 2-1 to Remley. Clifton has 3 of the Kernel 10 hits today. 4-4 the score, bottom of the ninth, 2 out. Winning run at first, Warner Madrigal. Ground ball, base hit into right. Will Madrigal go to third? Yes, he will. He's going to huff and puff and make it. The right fielder fumbled it. Warner Madrigal went to third on a base hit into right by Clifton Remley, his 4th hit of the day.
Why don't you ask me again if the man should have scored from second, tried to score from second base? This game would be over.
Yes, indeed, Bob, it would. However, Tommy Duenas could send everybody home happy. Clifton Remley has a memorable opening day, 4 hits. The right fielder, Corey Weymouth, may have had to play at third on Madrigal. Warner does not run extremely well, but I mean, he cranked it he dieseled it over to third with everything he had. Swing and a foul off the chest protector of the plate umpire, and Bob, that really shook up Grant Menke. I mean, it really stung him.
He took one for the umpiring crew that time.
I think it got him somewhere near the collarbone, but he's all right. Tommy Duenas with the winning run at third in a 4-4 game, bottom of the 9th inning. The winning run at third is Madrigal. A high fly ball, shallow right center, shortstop under it, has it. We're going to the 10th inning. Tommy Duenas ends an adventuresome and prosperous Colonel Ninth by popping out to the shortstop who took it in shallow right center. 1 run in the 9th for the Colonels on 2 hits, 2 Cougar errors. The Colonels leave a pair and have now stranded 13 runners today. Extra innings coming your way. Opening day after 9. Colonels 4, Cougars 4. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
To make your landscaping dreams become a reality, see the experts at Kane's Material. Retaining walls, custom patios, walkways, and steps, Kane's Material has all the hardscape elements needed to complete your landscaping project. Need ideas? Visit Kane's Outdoor Display Area on 12th Avenue Southwest to see over 100 products showcased. Let your property reach its full potential with help from the experts at Kane's Material. Visit Kane's in Cedar Rapids, Coralville, and Eldridge, or on the web at Kane'sMaterial.com.
Stop, folks, stop. This is Scott from Cedar Motor Company, and this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we're actually having a sale. You know, we do not have sales every weekend. It's only a couple of times a year. So when we have a sale, it's actually a deal. You actually will save money. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we will have cars for $159 a month with $159 down. Now, that doesn't sound too good to be true. It sounds reasonable. Most of the customers that buy cars from Saturday Motor Company bought them there before. We like that. We want you to enjoy our experience because it's kind of fun to buy a car at our store. It's not drudgery. I mean, I know some of you just loathe buying cars because it's horrible. But it's not horrible at Saturday Motor Company. And in addition, we're going to offer you a really good price because we're having a sale. Saturday Motor Company, we are on 1st Avenue between Collins and Blairs Ferry Roads. Call us for easy pre-approval at 377-2277. Thanks.
22-year-old right-hander Chris Waters is the 5th Colonel hurler of this opening day 4-4 game, and we've got overtime for you. Extra innings, 10th inning. Colonels tied it with a run in the 9th, had a shot to win it, but lost a man at the plate on an aggressive base-running decision. First pitch from Waters is ripped into the screen for strike 1 by Raul Padron. Raul is a left-handed hitting catcher, 1 for 4 today. Scott Unash is in the zone, and Bob Brooks and I are reporting here from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Ball 1 is outside to Padron. State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, and Gary Shubat stepping to the plate for the 10th year in a row to bring us the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Raul Padron laces a single into center for the Cougars, and that's their 10th hit. Let's see if they bunt. Kane County gets the runner aboard to start the 10th inning, and now Dave Joppy, the Kane County skipper, is going to pinch run. Coming on to pinch run is Ryan Ruiz. Ryan Ruiz is going to pinch run for Raul Padron. Ruiz is the pinch runner. Tonight on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, a light slate at Camden Yards. The Orioles host the parent club of these Cougars, Oakland. Texas plays in Anaheim against our parent club, the Angels. Tonight in the National League, it's the Braves and Marlins in Miami. The Padres entertain the Pirates, and the Dodgers and Giants at Pac Bell Park. This afternoon, the Royals and Tigers are playing, Cleveland and the White Sox, the Mets and Reds, the Nationals and Phillies. We'll get those scores, hopefully. We'll try to get them from Jake after this half inning. Ball one is outside, and Wes Long squared the bunt and took it. Firing to first and chasing the pinch runner Ruiz back is Chris Waters.
I've been looking over the scorecard as to what has happened today, and I'm simply aghast to describe it.
There's no such thing as a typical opener in the Midwest League. You could get a low-scoring pitcher's duel, or in this case, this afternoon, a lot of hits and base runners and men stranded and wacky plays.
Look at this. Look at these two cards, and you've got a 4-4 game.
Yeah, Bob, by your card, it should be 13-11 at this point. There are base runners all over. Slider just missed, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike now to Wes Long, who still appears to be, well, he's looking at Dave Joppy signaling from third. He may be swinging now on a 2-1 count. The Cougars may play hit and run. Ruiz, the pinch runner at first, has a big lead. He draws a throw, and he dives back ahead of the throw by Chris Waters. Breeze still blowing in from center field. Has been all afternoon. A tap to second. Picked up by LeBlanc, and he gets the lead runner, flipping to Sean Rodriguez to get Ruiz, the pinch runner. Wes Long is the runner at first. LeBlanc fed Sean Rodriguez for a 4-6 force at second of Ruiz.
Well, the batter was supposed to give himself up, and he did.
He did, yet the Kernels prevented him from getting the go-ahead run to second, and that's a plus. Corey Wayment, right-handed batter. Rust-colored brown bat. Looks at one high from Chris Waters. Mitch Arnold worked the ninth. 1 inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, no walks. 4-4, top of the 10th. Ground ball eats up Sean Rodriguez. It was a line drive on one hop. Runner going to third. The throw there hits the runner, and he'll get up and hold there. The batter goes to second. Well,
it's a wonder Joppy didn't send him home.
Yeah, Dave Joppy could have tried to send that runner Wes Long home. Wes threw a throw from Richard Giannotti that hit Long in the back and skipped behind third. Corey Wayment is credited with a one-hop single that sizzled past Sean Rodriguez into center, and Richard Giannotti is charged with a throwing error, and it's second and third, 1 out, Kane County now. Ooh, we're going to walk Chris Treidel, who struck out his last 3 times, to load the bases to get to a guy who hit a 2-run homer. So there's an interesting piece of strategy. I guess, Bob, the Kernels are trying to set things up for a double play.
Yes. They're going to fill them up. See what happens.
There's ball 3 to Chris Treidel. He's being walked intentionally to load the bases with 1 out, top of the 10th, a 4-4 game. And it'll be Gregorio Petit, whose 2-run homer catapulted Kane County past the Kernels 4-3 back in the 8th inning. It's 4-4 here in the 9th.
Let's talk a bit about that Petit home run, because with the wind blowing in, and it's affected the play today, he hit the ball that just got into the foul pole, the shortest part of this park at 315 feet.
Our version, Bob, down there of the mini Green Monster, it's the highest wall in the stadium, 16 feet, but the shortest distance, 315, and yeah, it hit the foul pole. And that was a 2-out, 2-run homer by this number 9 hitter that caused, or that resulted in the Kernels relinquishing a 2-1 lead.
5'10" and 160 pounds, so it shows that you can hit a home run as long as you grab a bat.
That's exactly right. There has been, and should always be room for a guy of any size if they can play this game. Bases loaded. Curve low and away from Chris Waters. Tommy Duenas prevented a wild pitch.
Nice play by Duenas. He smothered that ball that was headed back to the screen.
Bases loaded. Long at third. Wayman at second. Treidel at first for the Cougars. Kernels are playing at double play depth. Ball 2 is upstairs.
Chris Waters is out of Wellington, Florida. 6 feet, 170 pounds. Was at Provo last year.
5-3 with the Provo Angels. Double play ball to second. Booted by Josh LeBlanc. 1 run is in. Here's another run scoring. And it's 6-4. That double play would have sent us to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 4, but it was an error committed at second. And 2 runs scored to put Kane County ahead. A perfect double play ball, and the Kernels could not handle it.
Well, it went right through the wicket
of Josh LeBlanc, and 2-run score.
Josh looked up. He was ready to make that flip to the shortstop and get that double play ball underway. But when he looked up, the ball skipped right between his legs into right center field.
So Kane County owns a 6-4 lead here in the top of the 10th inning.
And still only 1 out.
For the leadoff batter, Nicholas Blasey. 1 for 1 with 3 walks and a strikeout today. Curve is lifted into right center. On the run is Warner Madrigal. He's there, has it. The runner tags at third, Treidel. Chris scores to make it a 3-run 10th inning. Chris Treidel has scored, and it's going to be a double play as the runner from first forgot how many outs there were.
He thought there were 2 outs.
Now, Treidel's run apparently counts, Bob.
Oh, yes.
The plate umpire pointed, yes. Treidel's run counts. It's a sacrifice fly credited to Nick Blasey, and it's a double play that goes Madrigal to Clifton Remoli, and then I think the second baseman was covering first. So 9-3-4, the double play. But a run scores, 3-run score as a matter of fact, in the 10th. 3 runs for the Cougars on 2 hits, 1 big Kernel error, our second of the afternoon, and the Cougars leave nobody on. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning, and it's 7-4 Kane County. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
When we met, it's forget, we would never forget the Ojanos. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. The Ojanos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Ojanos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Hi, I'm James Moore, a real Quest customer. I like getting more for less.
With Quest Wireless, James Moore can get more. He can check email, text message, send pictures, and more. And with free on-network calls between his wireless and home phone, Moore can get more for less. Now, when you sign up for Quest Choice Cross Country Wireless, you can get a Nokia 6225 camera phone for just $49.99. Just call 1-866-4BEST-4U. The Nokia 6225 has everything you need to take advantage of all the data services Quest offers.
I got more. You can too.
Call 1-866-4BEST-4U. That's 1-866-423-7848 for great wireless service and a great deal. That's our spirit of service in action. Service not available in all areas. Combined billing required for free on-network calls between wireless and primary home phone line. Camera phone price based on 2-year agreement and does not include taxes, shipping, and handling. Subscription to additional features required to use data services. Additional restrictions apply.
Opening day here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, and it's Richard Giannotti batting in the bottom of the 10th. He tries to drag a bunt down and misses strike 1. It's a 7-4 lead now for the Kane County Cougars.
And in the major leagues, we have some scores here. Detroit wins over Kansas City, 7-3. In the 7th inning, the White Sox are winning again against the Indians, 5-2, trying to get a sweep of that deal. Washington 5. The Nationals win their second game as a new franchise.
Hooray!
5-4 over the Philadelphia Phillies, and the final, Cincinnati beating up on the Mets again 6-1, and the Mets are making a poor start.
Boy, Bob, I just don't like the chemistry on that Met ball club. They may have talent, but they're going the old George Steinbrenner way of free agents. Richard Giannotti is even on the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Scott Drucker gave up the tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning. Kernels had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th. They did tie it and then surrendered 3 in the top of the 10th. Giannotti's hanging tough as he shoots one foul over the third base side. 7-4 Cougars, 11 hits for each team. And Bob, thanks for reviewing that State Farm Major League scoreboard, brought to us by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Schubat, Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, and Lanny Peterson. Strike 3 called. A change-up gets Richard Giannotti looking, and 1 away in the Kernel 10th inning.
So this first game of the year to date has had 11 runs, 22 hits, and 6 errors.
And let's see, 22 men left on base.
A large number, I would say.
Both clubs trying their hearts out. That's one thing that we can report unequivocally here, is both teams were and are very hungry to get that first win, and the Cougars have the upper hand right now. Ball 1 is low to Josh LeBlanc, the leadoff batter, 0 for 4. He bunts. And the third baseman bare hands and throws in time. Now we can salute Myron Leslie. His 3 errors this afternoon, he's atoned for him. A fine play, bare-handing a bunt by Josh LeBlanc and just nipping Josh by a hair at first base.
That's the best defensive play of the game. So, Myron, we haven't been on you. We just, we hoped you'd have a better day, and you do now.
He sure did. That was a dandy. 2 out, nobody on, bottom of the 10th. 7-4 Cougars, and slicing one foul off to the left, Freddie Sandoval. Freddie's 1 for 5.
In Leslie, a 6'3", 220-pounder. You've got to bounce around on that play. He had to bend over, pick it up, and put something on the ball, and he put a sharp, accurate throw, because in many, many cases that would have been a bunt single.
That's what LeBlanc was hoping. 1-1 now to Freddie Sandoval. Missing away is Scott Drucker. Drucker is the pitcher of record for the Cougars here in the bottom of the 10th, and for the Kernels, the pitcher of record is Chris Waters. Strike 2, and the Cougars are within a strike and an out now of securing an opening day win here in the City of 5 Seasons.
Well, they've been a tough team for Cedar Rapids for years.
That's for sure, Bob. When they were a Marlin franchise or a Marlin farm team, and now with Oakland.
And they've been tough on everybody in the league, having an excellent record.
Every year. Ball 3 is upstairs to Freddie. He stays with it and fouls it away down the left side. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Freddie Sandoval. Bottom of the 10th inning. Glad you've spent much of your afternoon with us here in the zone for opening day baseball from Veterans Memorial Stadium. The shadows from the grandstand starting to creep towards the dirt batting circle. Ball 4! Hey, Freddie Sandoval draws a 2-out walk. For just a moment, Bob, I thought plate umpire Grant Mickey was going to ring him up.
Had that look about it.
He did. Well, here's Sean Rodriguez. He has scored all 4 Kernel runs today. All 4.
And he has had 2 hits, 2 walks, and he has scored all of the runs that you said. He also got on an error.
A ground ball to second should end it. Flipping is Kevin Melillo to the shortstop Petit, and that does end this afternoon's opening day game. Sean Rodriguez retired for the first time as he grounds out second to short, forcing Freddie Sandoval 10th inning for the Kernels, no runs, no hits. There were no Cougar errors. The Kernels leave a runner. Kernels stranded 14 runners in bowing in extra innings to Kane County today, 7-4. We'll have our post-game wrap-up coming up in just a few moments. Bob and I will return. It was Kane County winning the opener in 10 innings, 7-4. This is Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
A nod to the man walking his dog. The dog's name is Mickey. Hey, Mickey! Or is that the man's name? Oh, well. Mrs. Johnson tending her garden. Afternoon. Around the corner, past a kid shooting hoops. Nice shot. Moving pretty good now, past the soccer field. Spying a guy jogging and think, now that looks like serious exercise. When I decided to get in shape, I didn't really see myself in a gym or pounding the pavement. No, I went back to one of my first loves, riding a bike. You know that old expression, you never forget how to ride a bike? Well, it's true. And the folks at Hall Bicycle Company found the right bike for me. Sure, they had all sorts of fancy road bikes and mountain bikes, but the sales guy found out what I needed and got me a bike to roam the neighborhoods and bike trails. And now after work, I'm out on a new adventure, and I haven't felt this good since I was a kid riding a bike. Some things never change, and that's a good thing. On 2nd Avenue at 5th Street. Stop by and see for yourself that the world looks better on a bike. Hall Bicycle Company, since 1898.
It's time for the Kernels Curtain Call, right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Before 1,757 this afternoon, opening day ended on a bit of a sour note as Kane County came out victorious 7-4. And as we launch the Kernel Curtain Call for the first time this season, we want to get Bob Brooks' final comments on a fun afternoon and send Bob on his way. Bob, first of all, thanks to you and Scott for helping us bring in the season in such a fun and we hope entertaining way. And we look forward to having you with us throughout the season here at home and maybe for a few of our commuters as well. But even though we dropped this one, there were some real positive signs. It was just kind of one of those days where, as you said, we never could quite get over the hump offensively.
This was a game where Kane County, the champions of last year, tried to give it to the Cedar Rapids Kernels. The Kernels wouldn't take it, but in the end, the Kernels gave it back. And in an extra inning ball game, Cedar Rapids loses the first game of the year. They had aggressive base running. Some of it worked out well, some of it didn't. And in the end, it was defensive mistakes that cost Cedar Rapids and the Kernels their first win of the year. Certainly everybody knows that the Kernels had great opportunities with 11 hits and 4 runs and 13 men stranded. They could have had a crucial hit that would have scored a bunch of runs, but that never happened. Instead, Cedar Rapids tried to go the route of running the extra base, taking a gamble on an errant throw, and those gambles today did not pay off. Today, and on a pitch that got away and went back to the screen, a runner tried to score from second base, and he was out on, as one guy said here, it was a close play. He was out by 20 feet. I said, well, he was inside 20, but it was consequently a game of learning for game one. There was a lot. The pitching wasn't bad. You couldn't fault the pitching to a great extent. The pitchers had pretty good control, and there were some good plays, and there was a dink home run that also helped out on a very windy day. So all in all, it's a loss. Cedar Rapids can go get them tomorrow, but they learned a few things about their team today that will stand them instead for the rest of this series, where the weather's supposed to be good, and come out and see Kernel baseball here at the stadium because it's going to be interesting.
It will, and Bob gave a terrific synopsis of what went on here today before 1,757. Bob, we'll look forward to having you tomorrow evening at 6:10 with the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. We're going to take our first break here on the Colonel Curtain Call. It was a 10-inning triumph for the visiting Cougars, 7-4 this afternoon. When we return, we'll review the final line score and also have our Access Direct play of the game. Stay with us. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Spring signals the beginning of baseball and yard work. City crews will not be collecting yard waste raked into the street this spring. You need to use your Yardie cart to collect your spring yard waste. You can save space in your Yardie by mulching leaves and yard waste with your lawnmower or leaf blower. You can also save room in your Yardie by bundling and tying brush and branches, then setting them beside your Yardie. Finally, remember that yard waste bags will only be collected after you've filled up your Yardie. Thanks for using your Yardie this spring.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's.
Better call Papa.
John Rogers back with you here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, where the Kernels, well, we're learning a little bit about our Todd Brummelkamp is helping me queue up what will be our Access Direct play of the game. And Todd, if you can pause it at that number, I'm fast learning about this. If you can pause it at 16:30, and then I'll hit play, I suppose, when we get to that point. And that should do it. Todd Brummelkamp, thank you so much. We'll get to our Access Direct play of the game here in a moment. It was 7-4 Cougars. Here's the final line score. The Cougars 7 runs, 11 hits, 4 errors. They left 9. Kernels 4 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. We stranded 14. Winning pitcher for Kane County out of their bullpen was Scott Drucker. Colonel loser was Chris Waters. He's 0-1. And Drucker 1-0. Time of game, 3 hours, 18 minutes. 1,757 were here, and meet me at the stadium. That's our invitation to you. And we're queuing up at 16:30, Todd. That's right, 16:30. We'll queue it up. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. Now we're going to, well, hold on. Todd's trying to figure out how to pause our MP3 player. Is there a pause function on it? Possibly not. So we'll do the best we can and learn our new tech machine here as we go. Right now, we're going to do the best we can to, I just zeroed the whole thing out. So there we go. Oh, there, well, we'll learn as we go. It's an MP3 player. We've used a Marantz the last 9 years, and we're trying to learn how to queue up an MP3 player so that it can give us our Access Direct play of the game. Well, I'll do this. We'll take another break, and when we return, we'll see if our learning and adventuresome can continue. 7-4 Kane County in 10 innings. Back with more of the Colonel Curtain Call after this. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was news anchor for Channel 2. Now, with gas prices at $2 a gallon, check out Randy Kill Honda and save with great fuel mileage on all Hondas in stock. The safest family sedan, the Honda Accord, will definitely save the family pocketbook with 34 miles to the gallon. Get even better mileage with a compact Civic, getting you there at 38 miles to the gallon. Or check the amazing fuel mileage of the Honda Civic Hybrid, 48 miles to the gallon, and that's in city driving. Randy Kill Honda has a large selection of pre-owned Hondas, too, all with exceptional fuel mileage. Check them out at www.randykiel.com. Also, Randy Kiel offers a 7-year, 100,000-mile confidence guarantee on new vehicles. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. I'm saving on gas prices by driving my Honda, and you can too. See Randy Kiel Honda on Center Point Road, Northeast.
Well, try as we may, the learning curve steep for modern technology, an MP3 player, and we've learned how to use it to some extent, but we're still learning how to pause it and do some things with it that it is obviously designed to do, but we'll have to keep after it. John Rogers back with you on a beautiful day here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. The King County Cougars, a 7-4 10-inning triumph over the Kernels. Let's take a final look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It's brought to us by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, and Gary Schubat. This afternoon in Philadelphia, the Washington Nationals edged the Phillies 5-4. And in Cincinnati, the Reds thumped the Mets 6-1. Tonight in the National League on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, the Braves take on the Marlins in Miami. San Diego hosts the Pirates, and that classic National League rivalry, the Dodgers and Giants, tonight in San Francisco. A final in the American League at Comerica Park. The Tigers tame the Royals 7-3. They're in the bottom of the 7th at U.S. Cellular Comiskey Park. The White Sox 5, the Tribe 2 in the bottom of the 7th. Athletics take on the Orioles tonight at Camden Yards, and our parent club, the Anaheim Angels, will be playing the Texas Rangers at Edison International Field. This afternoon, well, that's our look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard, brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Gary Schubat, and Dale Thompson. In 10 innings, King County 7 and the Kernels 4. Our South Slope Communications Triple Play show will greet you tomorrow evening at 6:10. 6:10, the South Slope Communications Triple Play show tomorrow evening. For Scott Unash and Bob Brooks, who were terrific in helping us launch the season this afternoon, I'm John Rogers reporting from the New Veterans Memorial Stadium. Opening day final, Cougars in 10 innings 7, Kernels 4. Thanks to Jake Lenz, our in-studio engineer. This has been Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming, already in progress.